welcome back to Dial P for Podcast, Episode 6. I am your host, Patrick Ripoll, and I am taking a year-long chronological journey through the filmography of Alfred Hitchcock. What are we doing? We are watching 48 Alfred Hitchcock feature films. We are watching them chronologically. We are doing 4 a month. After every time we watch one, we are recording about them once a month. Last day of the month, we are bundling them together and uploading them into a podcast form like you're listening to right now. This is Episode 6. This is going to be the halfway point. We are halfway through the career of Alfred Hitchcock. He has just reached America. Last episode, we talked about Rebecca and Foreign Correspondent, his first 2 American films, as well as his last 2 British films, Lady Vanishes and Jamaica Inn. And now we are going to be talking about, I got to pull up this document real quick. We're going to be talking about Mr. and Mrs. Smith from 1941, Suspicion from 1941, Saboteur from 1942, and Shadow of a Doubt from 1943. Now, last month, I was very excited because I was familiar, other than Jamaica Inn, which I had low expectations for, they were fulfilled. It is, in fact, not a good movie, like its reputation would suggest. May was full of bangers. Lady Vanishes, masterpiece. Rebecca, masterpiece. Foreign Correspondent, damn near a masterpiece. June is going to be a little more interesting. I don't have as much familiarity with these films. I've never seen Mr. and Mrs. Smith, Suspicion, or Saboteur. And I saw Shadow of a Doubt once, like 10, 12 years ago, and I don't remember it too well. It has a reputation as being like one of the great unheralded Alfred Hitchcock movies, maybe his darkest movie. I think there are some who argue that this was his personal favorite of his movies that he made. So I'm looking forward to giving Shadow of a Doubt another watch. But right now we're sort of going into, for me, uncharted territory, the early American years of Alfred Hitchcock, where he's still finding his feet in the business. A lot of last episode was me talking about the nuts and bolts of how he got to Hollywood, all of the deals that he had to make, all of the contracts, all of the behind-the-scenes negotiations, the agony of working for a micromanaging producer like David O. Selznick, trying to get his American career off the ground, trying to make some money to make up for all of the money he spent relocating to Hollywood. He has had 2 successful films. The first 2 movies he's made in America, Rebecca, Foreign Correspondent, very successful. Not necessarily like super profitable because they are expensive films, but they were successes. They were not failures by any metric. We are now sort of reaching the Alfred Hitchcock in England, he was constantly in agony about like, what the hell is my next project? Oh God, someone save me. And he thought that Hollywood would save him. Turns out Hollywood saves no one. So he is once again going, oh God, what's my next project? How am I going to make some money? Before we get to Mr. and Mrs. Smith, the screwball comedy that he made with Carole Lombard, we can talk a little bit about some other ideas he had for what he wanted to do in Hollywood next. He, while was making Foreign Correspondent, signed a contract with RKO that was more lucrative than what he was currently doing with David L. Selznick. It did involve a pay increase, so that was good for him, but it required him to make 2 movies in a year, and he wasn't going to get all that money until after those 2 movies were made. So he was still not out of the woods. He had some ideas about where he could go with his career. One of those ideas was that he got kind of fixated on, I should say, Technicolor, 3-strip Technicolor. When we think of Technicolor now, we are thinking about 3-strip Technicolor. We're thinking about movies like An American in Paris and The Wizard of Oz and Singing in the Rain, Gone with the Wind. These really vibrant, the Adventures of Robin Hood, like super bright, super colorful, eye-popping kind of 40s Technicolor movies that word is associated with. 3-strip Technicolor is sort of just now coming into its own in Hollywood. I would say like 1939 was sort of a landmark year for Technicolor. Before 3-strip, there was 2-strip Technicolor. You can go back and watch some very fascinating looking movies that were made entirely out of reds, greens, blacks, and whites. My favorite, I've already done a commentary track on the Michael Curtiz horror film Dr. X. I think I've already referenced Dr. X on this podcast before. But 3-strip Technicolor, Alfred Hitchcock is a technical-minded filmmaker. He's very interested in it. And what he wants to do he has already sort of gotten to the idea that like, we had this like journey in England where he was just sort of constantly trying to do something new, and he was constantly trying to challenge himself, and he wanted to be more and more ambitious with each project. In Hollywood, where the stakes have gotten much higher, and he is getting older, and money is tight, he is now sort of like desperate to make anyone let him play the hits. So he is pitching to all these studios like, what if I did a Technicolor remake of The Lodger, my classic silent film? I could do a color film unlike anyone's ever seen, not just like loud, vibrant, super eye-popping colors from wall to wall, but something where color is really meaningful and where like the meaning of the film is expressed through color. And he thought Lodger would be a good idea for that because there'd be, it'd be like all the yellows of the foggy street lights of London, but then also the red of blood, but then also sort of the dingy beiges, browns, and grays of sort of lower middle class London life. And he had this idea, a vision of like the kind of horror film that he could make in Technicolor if only he had the rights to The Lodger. He did not have a lot of money to buy the rights to The Lodger, but he nonetheless did, in fact, buy the rights to The Lodger. That's not what he ended up making at RKO. There's another film that he was working on that I think is going to go on to be Suspicion. We'll learn more about that next time. But Lodger ultimately did not really work out as a Technicolor film. There is a remake of The Lodger from 1944 by John Brom with Laird Krieger as kind of the Victor Novello role. Victor Novello? Ivor Novello is the sort of tortured protagonist, mysterious lodger, eponymous lodger in the silent film. Laird Krieger plays that role. It's a good remake. You should check it out. It's not in color, and it's not as good as the silent original, but it is worth seeing. And, if you've seen Hangover Square, which is like one of the great sort of horror thrillers of the 40s, it is the same team as far as it is the same director and the same star, Laird Krieger and John Brom. So check out that Lodger remake. It's pretty cool. But Alfred Hitchcock himself would not really go on to do that. He, in 1960, he'll make Psycho. So he'll sort of return to some of these ideas and images a little bit, but not in Technicolor, quite notably. Another idea he had, he loved the radio, and he was like, hey, what if I hosted a radio show? And he was pitched a radio show that was like it was like an anthology series about detective stories. And he goes, I don't actually like detective stories. I like, victims and murderers and crime. And like, I like things being like right on the ground floor, not having like an impartial third party walking around observing what happened. And he pitched this show that ultimately there was like a lot of question about whether his contract with David O. Selznick would be like, do we own the rights to Hitchcock's radio shows, or is our contract only about film? We don't know. So let's not have him wasting any of his time on this medium that we're not sure it's going to make us any money. Let's go ahead and say, no, Alfred Hitchcock, you're not allowed to do that. So that was what happened. David O. Selznick told Alfred Hitchcock, no, you can't do this radio show. That radio show, as developed, would go on to be made without him. Several years later, Suspense. If you are a gay grandpa like myself and listen to like old radio dramas from the 40s and stuff, Suspense, in part just because a lot of recordings of the golden era of radio are lost or in very like poor quality, and a lot of episodes of Suspense have actually been preserved fairly well. So Suspense kind of stands out as like one of the great radio horror thriller kind of shows of that era. Unfortunately, Alfred Hitchcock not involved with it. He did eventually go on to make like a radio adaptation of The Lodger, but so we have a lot of stuff that Alfred Hitchcock is interested in that he is not making. And then we have his next film, Mr. and Mrs. Smith, which is a film that he does not have a lot of interest in. And that is, in fact, what he makes because he just needs a job and RKO assigns it to him. And he's trying to get all this other stuff off the ground. He doesn't have a lot of time to like turn this into an Alfred Hitchcock movie. So this is one of those cases where he just was given a script and he just sort of did a straightforward job filming it. And it kind of sucks. It's not bad. It's not like it's a comedy that is pretty funny. It's kind of funny. But it just fundamentally doesn't work. And one of the reasons I think it doesn't work is that Alfred Hitchcock is just not really engaged with the material, and he doesn't really put forth the full effort to get across who these people are and why we should care, because I don't think he cared. So he fails to make the audience care. Mr. and Mrs. Smith is a film from 1941, written by, what's the name of the guy? Norman Krasna. This is a film about a married couple who have a very passionate, hot, tempestuous relationship where they fight hard and they make up hard. It opens with this idea that they've been in their bedroom together for 4 days, or 4 or 5 days, and it's because they had a fight, and they have a rule where if once they have a fight, they can't leave the bedroom until the fight is resolved. And so the implication, as far as you can get away with in the era of the production code, the implication is just that they have just been screaming at each other and fucking for 4 straight days. And like his business, he is this high-powered white-collar lawyer, and his firm is sending people out to be like, can you at least fucking sign these papers if you're not going to come into the office? So we have this main couple who are our protagonists. Carol Lombard plays the wife. She's Mrs. Smith. And Robert Montgomery is the husband. He is Mr. Smith. This is not at all connected to the Angelina Jolie Brad Pitt movie, which if you know anything about that movie, you might think like, oh yeah, like a lighthearted action spy thing that also involves like a tempestuous relationship. That sounds like an Alfred Hitchcock movie. And I see here that Alfred Hitchcock made a movie called Mr. and Mrs. Smith. I bet these two are related, and that one is like a very thin, very loose remake of the other. It is not. This has nothing to do with that movie. There's no spy stuff. I wish it did. Maybe that would have woken up Alfred Hitchcock a little. This is just a straightforward screwball comedy about this couple who discover through a clerical error of that the township in which they got married did not actually have the ability to grant them a marriage license. So for the past 3 years, they have in fact been living in sin. And so the premise is sort of, if, we're married now, but if we had a chance to do it over, would we still be married? They have a conversation about this over breakfast. Robert Montgomery says, you know what? Honestly, I would probably prefer the freedom of being single. And I feel like we're both adults and I trust you enough that I can just be honest and say that. And that I'm happy with you now, but I probably would not have done this over again. Suddenly, almost immediately, he is given a chance to his wish is granted. He is not actually married. And now he has to decide, is he going to stay married or not? So the central issue with this movie, the reason this movie just fundamentally does not work, is that Robert Montgomery sucks. He is a respected actor. Apparently, he was nominated for 2 Academy Awards with some of his other work. I've never seen another Robert Montgomery movie. I know he plays Marlowe in that first-person Lady of the Lake kind of movie, but like the other movies he's in, including the ones he was nominated for, I really hadn't heard very much about. So I can't really speak to him outside of this movie. But in this movie, he is just no good. He doesn't really have a lot of charisma. He doesn't really have a lot of stage presence. Screen presence. He's not charming. He's not particularly funny. And you don't really get a good sense of who this guy is or why he does the things he does. This was originally supposed to be Cary Grant. You can totally see Cary Grant pulling this off. Cary Grant pulled out, and so we have Robert Montgomery. When Robert Montgomery is given this information that he is no longer married, he keeps it to himself, but as an audience, we don't really know why. We don't really know what his plan is. We don't know how does he feel about this exactly? It's kind of ambiguous in a unproductive way. The guy who stops by to tell him that his marriage license was actually false also stops by his home and tells Carol Lombard the same thing, but Robert Montgomery doesn't know that Carol Lombard knows that they're not actually married. So he calls Carol Lombard and says, I want to take you out to dinner. I want to take you out to a nice restaurant. Doesn't say why, but she goes, oh, don't worry. He's, her mother is there. And she's like, I think he's going to propose to me again. I think he is ultimately, we're going to end up at the end of this married again. And this is not actually a problem or any trouble. And then as the night goes on, their date, things go more and more wrong. And he is not broaching the topic of getting married at all. And Carol Lombard's getting more and more nervous. And eventually she just snaps at him and says, "Oh, okay, you weren't planning on remarrying me. You were just going to let us live in sin. Fuck you. We're done." And then the rest of the movie is him trying to get her back. And like, she's mad at him, but she loves him and she wants to be married to him. But like, she has to demonstrate that she's mad. So it's like a will they, won't they sort of a screwball comedy situation. But you don't understand why he didn't propose to her on that date night. You don't understand ultimately if she does, or like, is she making a show to sort of torture her husband the way he tortured her on that date night. And ultimately at the end, she does want to take him back, or does she genuinely never want to see him again, like she says? It's kind of hard to tell. You don't really have a strong investment in these people as like a married couple, because they don't have like great chemistry, because just Robert Montgomery doesn't really have it like that. And they're set up with their whole, like, we fight and fuck for 4 straight days sort of thing is so strange and alienating that you're just sort of like, this is not relatable in any way. And then there's also the issue of, this is a movie where it like wholly accepts a moral universe in which like living in sin is terrible and wrong, and like sex out of wedlock is like shameful and scandalous. And these are things that an audience should be invested in and believe. And this is maybe something that was true in 1941. This is not true in 2026. So the whole time you're watching it, you're being like, yeah, who gives a fuck? Be married, don't be married. Me personally, I don't understand why anyone gets married. I legitimately, like, if you, like, every time I've ever asked this question, like, hey, why'd you get married? It's always either, yeah, well, our parents wanted us to get married and it was just the path of least resistance, so we got married. Or it's like, we believe in religiously we should get married. Or just there's a lot of societal pressure to get married because eventually we want to have children, and there's a lot of societal pressure not to have children out of wedlock. So we just figured path of least resistance, get married. That to me is like a marriage, a wedding is just it's just like a nonsense thing. It's like a weird, just like social convention that everyone has agreed to. I don't understand it. I have a long-term monogamous partner. We are not married. We have no plans to get married. Marriage just doesn't make sense to me. So I am not bought in to the stakes of this movie. I do not care. So what is left is the jokes. And the jokes are fine. They're okay, but it's not rapid fire. It is not Ernst Lubitsch. It is not Preston Sturges. It is not like Billy Wilder script, top of the line, great comedy. It is just kind of goofy. And then like the pace of it is just like, it's a little getting from joke to joke and scene to scene and setup to setup. It's not a long movie by any means, but it's just there's stretches of it where it feels a little laborious, or it feels a little unrealistic, where like this all happens and then the very next day she has a job at a department store and he is scandalized and he's screaming at her in the department store, and everyone at the department store is scandalized when they find out she's married, because it's the Depression and they have a policy of not hiring married women during the Depression because jobs are so scarce and important or whatever. And that's like a thing that's just not relatable at all. So it's a movie that's a comedy about a thing that's fake that you don't need to care about because you're an adult in 2026. It's a movie where you can't buy into the emotional investment of the characters because their relationship is not necessarily something, when you watch It Happened One Night and you look at Clark Gable and Claudette Colbert together, you want them to end up together because they have such an interesting, awesome chemistry. This is not that kind of movie. You don't care. And so then there's a whole love triangle thing where his law partner and best friend falls in love with her and they start a relationship, and it's unclear whether she is just trying to make Robert Montgomery jealous or whether she actually likes this guy or whether she has deluded herself into liking this guy, where deep down it's this. Oh dear. I'm getting a phone call. I'm going to edit this part out. Hello? Hi. This is not Louise. All right. I am back. It is a wrong number. They thought I was Louise. I am not Louise. So this is a movie. Oh, God damn it. What was I going to say before I got that fucking phone call? This is a movie where at no point do you really have a firm understanding of the stakes or goals. And also it's not funny enough to care. And the chemistry is just not good enough to care. Carole Lombard is legitimately funny. Carole Lombard's one of those movie stars that I know less than I wish I like. I want to see more of her films because I think she's really good in 20th Century and To Be or Not to Be. I think I've seen one other Carole Lombard movie, but I like her in those two at least. Oh, and My Man Godfrey, of course. She's great in My Man Godfrey. So there's a moment here where she is getting like really excited about something. I think it's like she scores some sort of victory over Robert Montgomery and she starts dancing around and it's so... My Man Godfrey. And I was just like, oh man, Carole Lombard, great. Tragically died at the age of 33 in a plane crash before she could, really have the kind of full career she deserved. But she's good in it. Robert Montgomery is kind of just there. And Alfred Hitchcock is kind of just there. There's some shots where it's kind of stylish. There's some shots where he is, he's putting the camera in an interesting place or he is, teasing out the physical comedy of a situation. By the way he stages it. But for the most part, it's kind of just perfunctory. By all accounts, it was not like a miserable shoot for him. He was very close friends with Carole Lombard when he first moved to Hollywood, or shortly after he first moved to Hollywood. He leased her and Clark Gable's. She was married to Clark Gable, and he leased her and Clark Gable's home, and that was like his first home. They spent holidays together. I think they spent the Christmas of 1940 together. So this is like, he had a friend, Carole Lombard, and she wanted to look out for him. So she was like, you should make this next movie. You have a whole RKO thing. I'm at RKO. We should be like a big, happy RKO family. And, this person who wrote this script, this, oh goodness, what's this screenwriter's name? Norman Krasna. He had a reputation of like, oh yeah, he's like really good in the room is my understanding of him. He gives really good pitches about his movies. And then sometimes the screenplays don't turn out. Let's see. Before this, he made Fury, he was one of the screenwriters on Fury, the Fritz Lang movie. I have not seen any of these other ones, so I can't speak to his other work. I have not seen Devil and Miss Jones, Started with Eve, but Practically Yours sounds familiar. I have seen Practically Yours. That one is also just fine. Oh, he wrote the Lusty Men. That's a pretty interesting movie. White Christmas, he was one of the screenwriters. So he's, a working screenwriter in Hollywood. But at any rate, Alfred Hitchcock agreed to the movie and then got the script and then went, okay, well, whatever. I think in later in his career, when he was looking back at his films, he's talking with Francois Truffaut and all that, he was sort of just very dismissive of this and said, I did it as a favor. Carole Lombard was a friend. But it is important to note that, she did it as a favor to him as well, because he was in a point in his career where he needed another project. And this RKO contract that he got was, in fact, a step in the right direction as far as making the kind of money in Hollywood that he wanted to make. I'm trying to think, like, is there literally any other part of this? There's a special effects sequence where they go to the 1939 World's Fair and there's like a parachute ride that is a sort of, old timey amusement park ride where you go way high up in the air. And then Carole Lombard and Gene Raymond, who he's the love triangle. He's the other love interest that is Robert Montgomery's law partner. They get stuck up there. And so there's like some, blue screen or rear projection kind of stuff that's like, okay, yeah, there's Alfred Hitchcock special effects. There is a couple funny stories because Carole Lombard was Alfred Hitchcock's friend and they were teasing each other. Carole Lombard directed one shot of this movie, and it was the shot with the Alfred Hitchcock cameo. And so there's a scene where Robert Montgomery and Gene Raymond are fighting, and the camera pulls back, and then there's just sort of a man who walks down the sidewalk smoking a cigar, and that's Alfred Hitchcock. And he let Carole Lombard direct that scene, and because she is, she knew who he was and what he liked to do, she tortured him by making him do take after take, which is like, that's an amusing anecdote. At one point, she set up a cattle pen on the set and then like put a bunch of like baby cows in there, and the baby cows all wore like little name tags that were the actors, which was a publicity stunt about the now oft-repeated anecdote of Alfred Hitchcock calling actors cattle. This was sort of what hammered home Alfred Hitchcock or that quote and connected it to him. This is what solidified this back in 1941. Again, I think it's ambiguous when this was first said or what context and how earnestly he meant it. But he already had this reputation and she was already teasing him about that. So that's like an interesting idea of like where he stands. But ultimately, it's a movie that he was not very invested in. It's a movie that he did not really collaborate with many of his other collaborators. He wanted to work with Carole Lombard in like a serious movie. He thought she had range that she had not yet demonstrated because she was more of a screwball comedy actor. Unfortunately, they never got to do that. He is trying to set up his next movies that he's actually invested in behind the scenes while he's making this. That's kind of like the main thing that's going on. Was this movie a success? It was. It was a Carole Lombard movie, a comedy, and the critics were like, yeah, it's perfectly fine. It's whatever. This is a like very run-of-the-mill C plus B minus 1941 comedy. You can do better. You can do worse. And so this wasn't like a big black mark against him. That's another like thing worth noting is when you look at a filmography of Alfred Hitchcock in the 21st century, you can look back and be like, oh, this is a black mark. This was a bad movie. We think of him as a master, but there's some stinkers in here. And this is one of his stinkers. At the time, directors in Hollywood were not thought of as auteurs. They were thought of as like, do they do the job? And this is Alfred Hitchcock doing the job. So this is not a movie that anyone was like, this is really disappointing coming off Rebecca and Foreign Correspondent. I think everyone just sort of understood what this movie was and why an Alfred Hitchcock would make it, because it's just an era when directors made all kinds of movies. It's like, yeah, maybe you make a Western, maybe you make a comedy, maybe you make a musical. You're a director. The studio assigns you something and you do it. So it was not seen as, an outlier in his filmography in 1941, the way it definitely seems like an outlier now because it's his only American straightforward comedy. And that's really it. It ends in I talked a little bit about this, I think 2 episodes ago, maybe 3 episodes ago, about like there is a desire to pitch the American screwball comedy as this like era of battle of the sexes, films where men and women are sort of on equal ground and we get to watch them slug it out because when you got all these actors like Carole Lombard, you get a Claudette Colbert, you get a Katharine Hepburn. It's very easy to be like, oh my gosh, we have such strong female characters because we have these incredible actors playing them. Ultimately, at the end, these are sexist, often sexist movies about women sort of being put in their place. And this is the same thing where this movie ends with Robert Montgomery trapping her. They're like all at a cabin or whatever, and she's putting on some skis to go out skiing, and he helps her put her skis on and then pushes her back, and she is sort of stuck in this chair with her legs in the air, and the weight of the skis are like holding her legs back. And it's a very suggestive position that she is in, that she can't move in. And she's yelling and screaming at him to, let me go, get me out of these things, da-da-da. And he's just sort of, this is like the final 2 minutes of the movie. And he's just sort of like, not until you admit you love me. And then eventually she just sort of like, she acquiesces and calms down, and she submits to him as the man in the relationship. And the final shot of the movie is the 2 skis in the air as he like bends down to kiss her, and the skis cross in a very suggestive way. That's like, if you have a dirty mind, it implies like a cunnilingus, or it implies like something very sexual. There's a couple moments in this movie where you go, oh, that's pretty suggestive for 1941. You're kind of skirting up against the code. There is a moment where, what's the actor's name again? Gene Raymond, that character is in the bathroom talking to his mother and father, and there was supposed to be just the sound of flushing toilets happening the whole time. And then the production code was like, that is gross. Don't be a fucking gross British schoolboy. You can't just have flushing toilets going on during this movie. So instead, there's just like a weird, awkward banging pipe sound effect that replaced them. So there's a little bit here of like Alfred Hitchcock is trying to push the boundaries a little bit in a way that he would get more aggressive with in other films. But for the most part, this is a pretty anonymous movie. But that's fine, because next time we're going to be talking about a movie he actually cared about, Suspicion from 1940. Is that 41 as well, right? Yes, Suspicion from 1941 with Cary Grant, who could not be in Mr. and Mrs. Smith, but ultimately did relish working with Alfred Hitchcock. So we are going to learn all about Suspicion, a movie I have not seen, next time. Welcome back to Dial P for Podcast. It is June 13th as I record this. When you're listening, God only knows, and I bet you thought I dropped the whole New York Times thing because I forgot to do it last time. Sorry, still gonna bother you with headlines about what a rotten world we live in. The top story for the New York Times from June 3rd, Trump names Bill Pulte as acting director of national intelligence. Bill Pulte, a Trump loyalist who leads the Federal Housing Finance Agency, will oversee the U.S. intelligence agencies. He has no known background in intelligence. That was June 3rd. Today is June 13th. The top headline in the New York Times: a dangerous limbo leaves Iran and the world between peace and war. Since announcing a nominal ceasefire 2 months ago, Iran, Israel, and the U.S. have remained locked in low-intensity violence that has become a new normal. Good thing we have a new head of an intelligence agency to take care of all that. We are going to be talking about Alfred Hitchcock's Suspicion from 1941. Suspicion, pretty good movie. Big kind of this is like a controversial film. Some people think it's like a hidden masterpiece. Some people think it's, deeply flawed. I'm more on the deeply flawed side, but there's some really good stuff about it, and it's really fascinating to talk about. The summary of Suspicion is that Joan Fontaine, that's right, the lead from Rebecca, plays Lena, an awkward but rich woman heading towards a life as an old maid, who is targeted by Johnny, played by Cary Grant, who is a charming rake of a playboy who seduces her and marries her for her money. And then, as the film goes on, Lena begins to realize just how mercenary Johnny really is. And after his best friend dies under mysterious circumstances, she begins to suspect that he may plan to kill her for her fortune. That's the plot of Suspicion. I also want to talk about William Wyler's The Heiress from 1949, because in The Heiress, Olivia de Havilland plays Catherine, an awkward but rich woman heading towards a life as an old maid who is targeted by Morris, played by Montgomery Clift, who is a charming cad of a playboy who seduces her with the intention of marrying her for her money. As I was watching Suspicion, which I had never seen before prepping for this episode, a lot of sort of similarities to The Heiress, which is one of my favorite William Wyler movies, really one of my favorite movies of the 40s, started popping up in my head. And I thought, you know what? It might be interesting to rewatch The Heiress and see if maybe that clarifies some of the issues Suspicion has. And it did. Now, of course, these aren't the same movies. Like, it's not the same plot. They aren't really in the same genre. They're not trying to do the same things. But I do think that when you look at them side by side, it illuminates many issues in Suspicion. And like I said, I think Suspicion is a good movie, but it has a deeply flawed movie. And mostly I would say that the flaws of Suspicion aren't really Alfred Hitchcock's fault. Suspicion was adapted from a 1932 novel by Francis Ills called Before the Fact. And in the novel, the wife discovers that her husband is planning on killing her, but she loves him so much that she ends up aiding him in his plans. She willingly drinks a glass of poisoned milk, and that's the book basically ends with her being murdered and her being kind of complicit in her own murder. Some might call it a suicide. Some might say she's complicit in her own murder. That's why it's called Before the Fact. Instead of complicit after the fact, she's complicit before the fact. Obviously, in 1941 in Hollywood, you are not making a movie that ends with the heroine being murdered by her husband and her just going along with it. So the way Suspicion ends, I'm just going to jump to the end, spoiler alert. The ending of Suspicion as it exists is that we have the same setup where Lena thinks that Johnny is going to kill her. And then we sort of build to this harrowing moment where Lena thinks that Johnny is about to push her over a cliff. And then she realizes that he's actually racked with guilt and shame over his many financial indiscretions, and he plans on turning himself into the police. And then they kind of have like a tearful reconciliation and vow to figure things out together. Like it's so sudden, and it's just like totally tacked on to the end of this movie. It's just like, yeah, no good. It's not the ending that you want from a movie like this that builds like real palpable dread and tension from this sort of like sleeping with the enemy kind of a scenario where it's like, I think my husband is trying to kill me. But RKO, well, they had a lot of money invested in Cary Grant. Cary Grant was their huge star. And they did not want their huge star to be a murderer. So it kind of ends up being like The Lodger. If you remember way back to the first episode of Dial P for Podcast, we talked about how in the source material of The Lodger is in fact the killer. But because Ivor Novello was such a dreamboat matinee idol, the studio did not want him to be a killer at the end. So Hitchcock had to sort of negotiate that and find a new ending. Now, RKO didn't want Cary Grant to be the killer. Cary Grant was game. Cary Grant was really interested in this role, in part because he respected Hitchcock, and in part because he was looking to sort of broaden the kind of characters he could play and the kind of movies he could be in. And, Hitchcock was trying to thread a needle, basically. He was gambling. He thought he'd be able to sort of tell the story of a woman whose husband wants her dead without drawing the ire of the studios, the production code authority, or audiences. So this is like the classic smuggling in. This is the classic production code era Hollywood thing of subtext, of innuendos, of sort of subversively dark material being smuggled in by, the production code reads the script, but they don't see how you film it. So you can kind of like get away with stuff that they wouldn't approve of. This happens in Rebecca, involving Mrs. Danvers and her sexuality. Hitchcock pushes that scene a lot further than the production code wanted him to, because it's not in the things that Mrs. Danvers says, it's the way she acts and the way that the scene is shot. And this was Alfred Hitchcock trying to thread that needle once again. So they were making the film, and they made it with the understanding that it would play ambiguously, because it is through a subjective point of view. This is the Hitchcock thing, right? Everything has to be happening through a character's eyes. That this movie would be playing through the subjective view of Lena. And so Cary Grant would be able to be both innocent and guilty of murder, depending on how you decide to read it, until the very end. He was Schrodinger's murderous husband, right? But unfortunately, RKO was in turmoil during the production. They were going through a lot of turnover among their executives. And pretty soon the producers that hired Alfred Hitchcock, they no longer worked there. He had no allies. He had no one who was like fighting for him in the higher ups. So at some point during the executive upheaval, this is how much the deck was stacked against Alfred Hitchcock. At some point during the executive upheaval at RKO, they made Joseph Breen head of production. The production code authority head, Joseph Breen. He's the guy who says, no, evil must be punished. No sex, no fun. They made No Fun Man the head of production at RKO. I don't know why, but it is a real thing that happened while they were making Suspicion. That's kind of a worst case scenario for Alfred Hitchcock. So this was the original plan for the ending. This was the ending that Alfred Hitchcock wanted to shoot, that he thought would still give you the basic thrust of the book while not pissing anybody off. This was his subversive compromise. The original plan for the ending was that Lena is given a poisoned glass of milk, and she realizes that her husband really wants to murder her, but she is too in love with him to stop it. And so she drinks the milk, but only after writing and sealing a letter that lays out all the evidence of Johnny's crimes. So the idea would be that before she kills herself with the milk, she would say, Johnny, would you be able to mail this letter for me? And he goes, of course. And so you would see Lena killing herself. And then, as per her last request, the final image would be Johnny just sort of like whistling as he mails out a letter that would lead to his capture. So this would be like Hitchcock gets to make the dark psychodrama about the murderous husband, and then the production code gets their murderer punished for his crimes because we know that that letter is going to lead to Johnny being arrested and tried for her murder. But at the last minute, this ending was rejected because RKO did not want Cary Grant to be a killer. So there is a new ending that was shot where Lena drinks the milk. She waits for death. Then she realizes, wait a second, this milk isn't poisoned. Then she runs to Johnny, who is about to kill himself with the poison, and she stops him in the last minute. And then they have the whole thing. The studio said, yeah, that's fine. They shot it. Test audiences fucking hated it, because they hated Joan Fontaine killing herself over this guy. They were like, Lena kind of seems stupid. She kind of seems like a sap. We don't have a lot of respect for her. And I want to go into this phenomenon, this sort of hostility towards the woman who absolutely stands by her abusive husband. I want to go into that a little later because I do think it is fundamentally, even as it exists now, that's sort of the key issue with this movie. But I'll get into that a little later. The ending, as it exists, there was a scramble to try to find out a way to end it. At one point, one studio head, he said, you know what? We could release it without any reshoots. And all he did was just cut out every scene that implies Johnny's guilt. That made the movie under an hour long. No one wanted that. David O. Selznick, who Alfred Hitchcock was still under contract to, Myron Selznick, Alfred Hitchcock's agent, Alfred Hitchcock, everyone was like, what the fuck are you doing? Put the movie back. And they, so that did not go through. But eventually the ending as it exists now was arrived on, where you get this sudden burst of like super heavy exposition from Joan Fontaine, where she suddenly, all of a sudden, intuits exactly what's going on in a way that makes no sense at all. You get this complete preposterous change of heart from Johnny, because he is the entire movie this cad who uses people, and he loves being a thorn in people's sides. He loves he loves misbehaving. He loves that he's a bad boy. He doesn't care how uncomfortable he makes people. And then at the very end, it turns out Johnny is so racked with guilt over stealing like $4,000 or whatever that he decides to kill himself. So that sucks, because it's like, no, that's not who this character is. The ending as it exists in the movie is kind of just like a total rejection of everything that came before it. It's this like twist of abusive relationship that then gets negated into like a love conquers all kind of message, which sucks, because I think where this movie actually works is as a depiction of an abusive relationship. So Johnny is this, seducer. Lena is this sort of awkward woman who is unused to the attention of men. And so Johnny is highly manipulative, and he does all this gaslighting. As part of his seduction, he's like negging her. He's constantly like manipulating her and making her sort of be on the back foot so she doesn't know what she's doing. It's like, this is 1941, but it is absolutely the like pickup artist playbook of like toxic masculine. How do you manipulate women and undermine their self-esteem in a way that they do what you tell them to? Like, it's really, really heinous. And the part of what makes this movie really interesting is not just Johnny's disregard for Lena's emotions, but like the people in her life not taking Johnny's overt hostility towards her seriously, because they're all just like, oh, Johnny, he's so much fun. He's such a, it's like, it's always a party when Johnny's around, and like, it's a boys will be boys kind of a situation. And I think like a big part of this movie is that Johnny's sort of good old boy best friend, the one that Lena suspects him of murdering later in the film, he's played by Nigel Bruce, who is constantly around to normalize and forgive Johnny's lying and deceit. And at this point, it's worth saying, Suspicion has 3 credited screenwriters. 2 of them we know very well Alma Reville, Alfred Hitchcock's wife, and Joan Harrison, his assistant, who he has been working with for a long time now, who has been writing on several of these movies. They both work together. They get a screenplay credit on this film, but also there is veteran screenwriter Samson Rafelson, who he already had huge success in Hollywood very early on because his play, The Jazz Singer, was adapted into the film that ushered in the sound era, The Jazz Singer. As well as before this, he worked on all-time classics like Trouble in Paradise and The Shop Around the Corner, like screwball comedy stuff. Specifically, like really sharp, screenplay-driven screwball comedy stuff. And this film is a really palpable and often exciting combination of screwball comedy and real observed, like, actual observations about toxic masculinity. Like I've mentioned in the past that there are so many screwball comedies that ultimately, like, they like to present themselves as being like battle of the sexes, men and women, Venus and Mars. But like ultimately, when you look at the message of the film, it's about like asserting man's dominance over woman, and just sort of a lot of them very casually use gaslighting as like a fun plot element. I think it is like if you watched His Girl Friday and Suspicion back to back, there is a lot of connecting thread between Cary Grant's characters in these films. Like there is something that we are doing where we are sort of, sorry, bumped in the microphone. We are subverting the Cary Grant movie star persona. And I think this is probably like the first example of a thing that Hitchcock is going to continue to do throughout his career, which is sort of revealing a twisted underbelly of what you consider like light Hollywood entertainment, where he mixes a sort of a classic Hollywood genre tropes with just like really rancid, dark, misanthropic, just like hopelessness. Because like in some ways, this is a follow-up to Rebecca because it's Joan Fontaine again. And once again, she's this like beautiful, tortured woman who's trapped in this agonizing ambiguity about her husband and the feelings he has towards her. But the thing about Rebecca is it is a tasteful gothic romance. It's dark, it's nasty, but the really nasty parts of Du Maurier's novel, like Mr. De Winter being the murderer, like just being an out and out shot Rebecca in the head when he thought she was pregnant, like that was all sanded away. And so Rebecca, it has that darkness, it has that edge, but it's not confrontational. It's not uncomfortable. Audiences bought their tickets to see Rebecca, and they got what they thought they were going to get, which was like a faithful, extremely well-mounted adaptation of a popular novel. But like Cary Grant in this movie is so fascinating and challenging because he's genuinely charming and he is electric. He is Cary Grant. The camera fucking loves him. And so, like, anytime he is on screen, it is just like crackling with energy. But he is also so detestable. He is so slimy. He is deeply malicious. And it's really uncomfortable having to sit with those two things. Because, like, the previous 3 years alone, you have to understand, like, Cary Grant, absolute peak of his career. I don't know if there are any higher highs. I know it's not like he crashed. He had a very good 40s, and this was right at the beginning of 40s. But the 3 years before Suspicion, he was in Bringing Up Baby, Gunga Din, Only Angels Have Wings, His Girl Friday, and the Philadelphia Story. Like, his movie star persona was absolutely solidified. He was the biggest thing in Hollywood. He was the biggest star that Hitchcock ever worked with. Like, Laurence Olivier was a star. He was nominated for Academy Awards, but he was not like a movie star the way Cary Grant was a movie star. And I think there is something that Hitchcock highlights in Cary Grant's performance in Suspicion that is really only existing in like the margins of Cary Grant's screen persona in those other films. He is edgy and anxious, and he has this like acerbic energy that's sort of simmering under the surface of just like the most handsome man who ever lived, just like this gorgeous debonair matinee idol. Like he smiles and you melt, like that kind of character. There's something in this movie where if you took certain scenes out of context of the rest of the film, you'd be like, yes, this is what a romantic lead is in 1941. But then also in other scenes of this movie, you were like, yes, this is a fucking serial killer. Incredible needle to thread. And for as compromised as the ending makes this movie, like, Hitchcock pulls that shit off. Cary Grant is really, really incredible to watch in this movie. There's something else that happens when you watch Cary Grant in this movie. At least that happened to me. I've not seen this observed. This might be totally just all me. I think, and I've not seen all of his performances. I probably haven't even seen half of his performances. I think this is like the queerest Cary Grant. There is something about this movie where he comes across as much more queer than his other roles. Even when he's in the feather robe in Bringing Up Baby, he went gay all of a sudden. No. He is queerer in this. There is like it's really interesting. Now, if you didn't know, it has been all but confirmed that Cary Grant was in fact queer. He was married to several women. He had children, but also he had a long-term, almost certainly romantic relationship with a costume designer named Ori Kelly. It was rumored that him and Randolph Scott were also lovers. And so when you watch Suspicion, this queerness kind of comes through because Johnny has these like kind of secrets. This is something I was talking to my partner Barry. I was like, why is Cary Grant so fucking gay in this movie when he is speed running the toxic heterosexual masculine playbook? Why does he come across as gayer than ever? And my partner observed that there's something about the fact that this character kind of lives a double life, that he is sort of presenting himself as one thing, but it's very clear that there's something else going on that he's not telling everybody. That was like a thing that made it sort of click into place with me, because it's also the thing where he has this longtime best friend who he's much closer to than his own wife. They spend a lot more time together than he does with Lena. He's a flamboyant personality. He kind of just flouts not just Lena's wishes, but like most of the stuffy upper class British society he mingles with. The whole movie, he is rubbing people the wrong way and taking glee from it. He's showing up to parties without an invitation. He's in first class train compartments without a first class ticket. He wants to be a source of friction. This is something that gives the character of Johnny a lot of pleasure. He is so out of step with this like very stuffy upper class British society that he's in. This is a very British movie in a way that I feel like even Rebecca, maybe because there's something fantastic and almost fairy tale-ish about Rebecca, it doesn't feel as specifically British as Suspicion does. This is like a very British film. And he doesn't fit in society. And so it's very easy to imagine Johnny having all of these things that are coded, these aspects of himself that are coded as queer. At the start of the movie, he has like all of these adoring women who are around him, and they're all just like, "Oh, it's Johnny! Look, it's Johnny! Johnny, what are you doing, Johnny?" And then like when he sees Joan Fontaine, they're all kind of like put off because he's ignoring them and focusing on her. Later in the film, there's like a strong implication that there is like this mystery writer character. It's like you watch it and she has just this very butch woman who's always hanging out with her. And it's one of those things where you go, okay, I think these are queer characters. Hitchcock just like what he does is he doesn't give the mystery writer's girlfriend any dialogue, and I think that's how he got away with having these like lesbians in this movie, because the production code didn't see how he's going to stage the scenes. They just see the script, but obviously that introduces the idea of like this queer society sort of existing in plain sight among all of these stuffy upper class British folks, and of course. Overall, the theme of the film is just like a bone deep cynicism about the heteronormative dynamics within marriage. So this is my argument that Johnny belongs in the pantheon of Hitchcock's queer villains. There's a series going on at the Music Box Theater in Chicago right now called He Loved His Mother, or something along those lines. And it is about sort of queer-coded, because it's Pride Month, it's about like kind of queer-coded Alfred Hitchcock movies. And of course they have Rebecca, because of Mrs. Danvers. Of course they have Strangers on a Train. We'll be talking about that later. Rope, inspired by Leopold and Loeb. That's an obvious one. They don't have Suspicion, but I do think like Johnny, for me, belongs in the pantheon of the Alfred Hitchcock queer villains. And I think when you think about this film as a film written by Alma Reville and Joan Harrison, and when you think about that very strange dynamic that I've mentioned before and possibly even speculated a little bit about, the very weird dynamic that Alfred Hitchcock, Alma Reville, and Joan Harrison have, where Joan Harrison is basically living with this married couple, it's, you wonder, like, how many of these insights that Alma Reville and Joan Harrison in the script, like, how many of these come from just being around Alfred Hitchcock and Alfred Hitchcock kind of character. Sam Rafelson, the other screenwriter of this movie, at some point when referring to Hitchcock and Alma Reville to a friend, and he got along. Like, this is, some screenwriters work with Alfred Hitchcock and they don't like his method. I think ultimately Samson Rafelson does like Alfred Hitchcock and Alma Reville. So I believe this is supposed to be said with affection, but there was a quote in the biography I'm reading, Alfred Hitchcock, A Life in Darkness and Light, by Patrick McGilligan. There is a quote from Samson Rafelson where he refers to them as this odd, weird little faggish man and this sweet little boyish woman. And it's like, it's one of those things where you're just sort of like, did Samson accidentally out this sort of lavender marriage? This are Alfred Hitchcock and Alma Reville beards for each other? Is Joan Harrison in fact Alma Reville's wife? And Alfred Hitchcock's not interested? I don't know. My assumption is that Alfred Hitchcock is in fact interested in women sexually. I think you look at his body of work and it's just, it could be a performance. It could be a parody of heteronormative, masculine ideals and thoughts towards women or whatever. I don't think that's the case, but I do think, and I have thought for some time, there's something kind of queer about Alfred Hitchcock. And it's very funny that Samson Rafelson just called him like, oh yeah, he's gay and she's butch and there's something weird about them. So anyway, when I watch Suspicion, I am getting a little bit of those autobiographical deals leaking into, and that's part of what makes it a fascinating film for me. Other things about Suspicion. This is a movie that pairs Alfred Hitchcock with Franz Waxman once again. Franz Waxman scored Rebecca. And what he does in this score is kind of like he mirrors the arc of the film, because it starts off feeling kind of like a romantic comedy and then it turns into a dark psychological drama. So like when the movie starts, there's all these like very light, bouncy, fun strings. And then when we end the movie, it is in this sort of like gloomier, heavier, morbid Rebecca kind of score. This kind of like gothic overtones and stuff like that. There's a lot about this movie that's really fascinating and interesting. So is this an example of a movie that's just sort of like, oh, it's a great movie, it just has a terrible ending? No, I don't think it's a great movie with a terrible ending. I think its flaws are deeper than sort of a studio compromised love conquers all ending. I think the real issue with this movie is the character of Lena, because we are meant to believe that Lena is this spinster type, right? She's awkward. She's not used to male attention. She doesn't have any natural defenses against Johnny's seduction. She falls for this aggressive cad because she thinks, like, in the back of her mind, this is probably my only shot at love. I never thought a man this handsome would ever be paying attention to me. Probably no man will ever pay attention to me. That's not Joan Fontaine. That's not who Joan Fontaine is in this movie. In this movie, Joan Fontaine looks like Joan Fontaine. She's fucking gorgeous, and she has poise, and she even like has kind of like a sharp wit. Now, the very first scene of the movie is a sort of meet cute between Johnny and Lena in this first class train compartment. And in that first scene, she's dressed very dowdy. She's in this sort of unflattering trench coat. She has big glasses. She has a hat kind of covering her face and hair. She's reading a book on child psychology. So she's kind of seen as maybe overly intellectual to a 1941 man. So like in that scene, he really doesn't have any kind of sexual interest at all in her at all. He kind of doesn't even regard her as a woman. But then later he sees her again in the next scene, and she's riding a horse because she's like taking part in this sort of traditional fox hunt. Now, of course, the fox hunt, that is a very cruel tradition of the British upper crust. And because this is such a fucking British movie, it kind of does bolster the idea of Johnny, who is standing outside of this community in many ways. It kind of does something to connect the two. It says that, like, while he may rub some of the more stiff people the wrong way, he is in fact just like a more blatant and visible version of this sort of inherently predatory society. And that so like when you are talking about when you're talking about the way that this movie is sort of taking aim at sort of these toxic masculine sort of traits, you get this like nice thematic reinforcement through the fox hunt. So I do think that's like a cool bit of detail there. But anyway, you get during this fox hunt, you get this shot of Joan Fontaine, and she is on this horse, and she fully gets like the 1940s Hollywood glamorous close-up as her horse kind of rears back, and she is giving this dazzling smile, and her hair is down now, and she is so beautiful. And the way it is shot in the close-up, it is absolutely just the movie going like, here's your star. Here's the beauty you came to see. She is just like the gorgeous woman of Hollywood. And in classic Hitchcock fashion, it's not just sort of objectively presented. It's presented through someone's POV. We're seeing it through Johnny's POV. And this is the moment where he sees her and goes, oh, okay, I have to conquer this woman. I think he can sort of, he can intuit by the fact that she is so well-dressed and taking part of this fox hunt that like, okay, she comes from money. She is one of the moneyed people in this community. But like, it is not her money that we see him responding to. It is her beauty that we see him respond to when he decides to sort of take aim at her and sort of become the wolf and she is the fox. But then that raises the question, hey, why is Lena a spinster? Why is she not used to male attention? Why is a man like Johnny so, like, why is it so easy for him to just overwhelm and overpower her? What is it about this character that makes her good prey for a man like Johnny? And there's not really an answer to that. The movie's not really interested in Lena before Johnny. It's not really interested in setting up who she is and how she got this way. All their initial interactions, she's even kind of like a different character than she is the rest of the movie. She's like a little witty. She jousts with him verbally. They go for a walk, and at some point he says like, what would you do with me or whatever? And she goes like, I'd like to get the bit between your teeth, like he's a horse, like I could dominate you. So it's like this classic kind of, battle, like it's this like power balance sort of a thing where they're both kind of struggling to be on top. And so like while he's trying to neg her, she is kind of defending herself. And this whole scene, like the scene starts, he's like invites her to join him to church. But when they get to the church, he's like, you're not really going to church. Come on, take a walk with me. And from that, we get this jump cut of her crying out as he's like grabbing her and shaking her, and like the hat flies off of her head. And she feels like a little mussed up and undone. And it's like, it's basically an attempted rape. It's like coded as an attempted sexual assault. And of course he is this sort of, negging pickup artist, gaslighting guy. So he's playing off like, oh, you must have thought I was trying to kiss you. But the thing is, she's also like kind of bantering back a little bit. And you're like, oh, okay, this is, she knows what she wants. She knows where to draw. She knows how to draw a line. She knows how to put up boundaries. There's this really great shot where she like rejects his advances, and then it's punctuated by a close-up of her coin purse snapping shut, which is like, yes, this is classic Hitchcock smuggling. That is a very dirty joke. The way the coin purse is oriented on screen, it is very clear that it is not just a coin purse, it is a vaginal image. It is, and then it snaps shut to just sort of be like, no, you're not getting any, Johnny. And then he walks her home, and then he wants to walk her to the door, and she's like, no, you stay here, I'm going home. And then when she gets home, she overhears her parents talking about her and how she's going to end up an old maid and how she's absolutely useless as far as love's concerned. She'll never get married. And the only debate between the mother and father in this scene is like, well, maybe that's a good thing. You know, like old maids have their place in society. If Lena's an old maid, no big deal. And then the mother doesn't approve of that or whatever. But like they're both agreed that like, yeah, she's never getting a man. And then she turns around and Johnny has snuck up right behind her. And she gets so mad about her parents talking about her this way that she kind of impulsively kisses Johnny. And she decides that she does want to pursue him after all. And the character from before, the one who has like poise and dignity and like a sharp tongue, she never returns for the rest of the movie. Who's that? That's not Lena. Bye. We have a new Lena now. This Lena is obsessed with this one dude. And everything about her entire life is built upon the idea that she has to make this one dude love her. It's a total schism. It's just like an abrupt, here's the moment, before and after. Her entire personality breaks just from overhearing sort of one tossed off negative conversation about her from her parents. And then so she's like, yeah, I'm going to dive into the arms of the wolf, which is really then the entire rest of the movie. There is this central flaw, which is it's really, really hard to understand and respect Lena as a character. And I do think this is partially Hitchcock's fault. I think if he had more interest in why she is going for Johnny, if he had sort of more bravery in making Joan Fontaine unglamorous, if they were able to commit to a different kind of character, I think it could have worked. So partially, I put the blame on Hitchcock, but I also think partially this is like a limitation of the medium of film. Because I think this change in her character, I think this tragic arc of hers could have worked. But the thing about Hitchcock is that he understands character psychology and concept, and he's interested in mining the depths of people and like how they have hidden selves inside of them. He's interested in the subconscious. He's interested in why people say one thing and act a different way. But he does not really have a good touch with actors, and he doesn't have a nuanced understanding of why people are the way they are. Often people are the way they are because that's what makes the story go. And, you know, you don't watch an Alfred Hitchcock movie to like fall in love with a character. Sometimes you do. Sometimes it happens. Sometimes they're just like really fucking strong characters. Rear Window, all three of those leads, Thelma Ritter and Grace Kelly and Jimmy Stewart, all just like incredible people, and you love spending time with them. But most of the time you watch an Alfred Hitchcock movie and the people are the engines of the plot. And sometimes they are fascinatingly compromised, but they don't really pass a sniff test as full of being like rigorously realized, fully three-dimensional psychological people. It's just sort of not in, you know, it's not in his wheelhouse. And honestly, like, I think if I may be allowed to jump ahead to the end of 2026, many, many people think Vertigo is the greatest film of all time. I don't at all. I don't think it's in my top 5 Alfred Hitchcock movies, Vertigo. Possibly not in my top 10 Alfred Hitchcock movies. We'll get there. I might have a change of heart by the time I rewatch it after having done all this. It might finally click into place. But a lot of the time I watch Vertigo, and I've seen it 3 times, twice on the big screen in 70 millimeter. So like I've seen it in ideal circumstances. When I watch Vertigo, I mostly go, why? Why is any of this happening? What? Like, I know it's happening, but why is it happening? So anyway, that's jumping ahead a little bit, but like, I do think this is a limitation of Alfred Hitchcock. I think his characters are understood by the audience. I don't think they're felt by the audience. I think I think he is a certain remove from humanity, which is fine if you're constructing the 39 steps. It's fine if you're doing Foreign Correspondent, but you watch Foreign Correspondent and you believe he is up there on that hotel roof. You believe that he's about to get caught in that windmill. You believe all of the action of the Foreign Correspondent. What you do not believe when you watch Foreign Correspondent is that those two people are in love with each other. They just aren't. It's just done. It has to happen because that's what makes the story go. So fine, they're going to get married now. That would probably be a good jumping off point to talk about The Heiress, the William Wyler film from 1949. I mentioned it earlier. You thought I forgot. No, this time I wrote out notes so I wouldn't forget. Because I have a whole structure I'm doing here. I had to build myself a little roadmap to get there. The Heiress, 1949. Alfred Hitchcock is indisputably one of the greatest artists that the medium of film has ever had. William Wyler is also indisputably one of the greatest artists the medium of film has ever had. But their core competencies, very different. Never in a million years could Wyler make Psycho, I don't believe. Never in a million years could Alfred Hitchcock make The Best Years of Our Lives. I think, if you're talking about, two movies that, only one could make and the other could not even touch, those would be the two I would pick. Psycho, Best Years of Our Lives. Just, they're different people, different artists. But The Heiress, 1949. You should watch it. But when you watch it, understand, I am not saying The Heiress is what happens when you do Suspicion correctly. It's not of course, The Heiress picks up where Suspicion left off and fixes all the problems. They're different movies. Suspicion is a thriller. The Heiress is a character drama. Suspicion is subversive. The Heiress is melodramatic. So Suspicion is sort of hiding this twisted, dark undercurrents and themes within the narrative, where The Heiress has all of its emotions and all of the characters' machinations right there on its sleeve. Classic, definitional melodrama. Also, Alfred Hitchcock fought an uphill battle trying to get Suspicion on the screen. His vision was compromised again and again. He wanted to make a certain kind of movie. They said no. So when we watch Suspicion, we have to know that this is not the final product Hitchcock wanted. I think the entire rest of his career, he was always disappointed with how Suspicion turned out. Meanwhile, The Heiress is a movie that was adapted from a hit play by a hit director who had more power in the industry than Hitchcock had in 1941, with a big movie star who had more power in the industry than Joan Fontaine had in 1941. William Wyler got to make the movie he wanted to make. So these are different situations. But if you look at both movies, and you will see the shortcomings of Suspicion beyond the sort of compromised ending come into focus. And so the central problem of Suspicion, as I said a little bit ago, some of it is Alfred Hitchcock, some of it's his approach, some of it's his limitations. But then some of it is the medium of cinema and the medium's limitations. The central problem is this. It is very hard to get an audience to empathize with a character who chooses to stay with an abusive partner. And I want to be careful about this because I've not been the victim of an abusive partner, and I'm not read extensively on the topic. I'm not an expert. I don't claim to be any kind of expert, but I do think it's obvious that abusive relationships are real, that people find themselves stuck in abusive relationships for a variety of reasons, but those reasons can often be opaque to an outside observer. If you aren't one of those two people, you can often think to yourself, why is she with him? Why is he with her? Why is he with him? Why is she with her? Let's get all the why are they, Zir. There's abusive relationships across the spectrum line. Happy Pride. Turns out, but I've known people who were clearly in abusive relationships. And it's very frustrating to know someone and to care about someone who is in that situation, because it can be so difficult to understand why they are in that situation. And it is not because they're just dumb and they just don't know. They're like, what? When he says things that undercut my self-esteem, I thought that's what a boyfriend's supposed to do. It's not because they're dumb. It's because the psychology of why people are in that situation, which there's no one reason. There's a lot of different scenarios or whatever. It's very personal and deep and internal, and very deep internal psychological things are kind of hard to communicate in the medium of film. I have the anecdote of like the O.J. Simpson jurors. Like, a lot of the women didn't respect Nicole Simpson because they were like, well, they're trying to make me believe that O.J. Simpson abused her, but why did she stick around if he abused her? Probably she was just a gold digger. I don't care too much about this white woman. Not guilty. You know, like, this is a dynamic that happened within the O.J. Simpson trial. It's sad, but it's hard to wrap your head around sometimes. Why abusive relationships happen. And I think it's especially hard in a visual medium like film that does not easily grant you access inside of a character's head. Which brings us to The Heiress, 1949. The entire purpose of The Heiress, of the work, is to study Olivia de Havilland's character, to ask, who is this person? Why is she this way? What led to her being this way? Everyone else in The Heiress knows that Montgomery Clift is only trying to woo her for her money. This is the sort of playboy, debonair, charming man who is trying to seduce her in The Heiress. He only wants her because she is rich. She thinks he's sincere. She's the only one in the entire movie who thinks that he sincerely wants her for her. Why? Why does this work? Well, for one, Olivia de Havilland plays her character as like genuinely plain. The way they do the makeup in the movie, she's a little bit ugly. She's not beautiful. She's not a movie star. Her teeth are kind of like crooked. I don't know if they did some makeup or prosthetics or what, but like she has this very awkward smile. She doesn't have any grace. She doesn't have any much poise. From scene to scene, she is genuinely awkward. She doesn't have much to offer in the way of wit. This isn't like an example of like, well, she doesn't fit into what society thinks a woman should be, but like, you know, she's not Belle in Beauty and the Beast, where everyone's like, she's so weird because she reads books, but like secretly she's a super intelligent, absolutely gorgeous woman. It's not that. She is genuinely kind of a mediocre person in The Heiress. In the way, this is like ultimately like why The Heiress works so well, because we're all fucking mediocre. I watch The Heiress and I don't need Olivia de Havilland to be like my ideal role model, because I can watch The Heiress and go like, oh man, yeah, that's me. I'm fucking Olivia de Havilland in The Heiress. I am awkward and kind of ugly and just sort of across the board a mediocre person. And so like the entire movie is about this character, and they commit to making this movie star unglamorous and weird, so that when Montgomery Clift shows up, and if you are not familiar with Montgomery Clift, he is one of the most gorgeous men ever. He has this like little crinkle in his eyes when he smiles. He has like star quarterback energy, like this like boyish charm. The camera loves him. Every time he gets a close up, you're just like, oh, Montgomery Clift. He shows up at this party. This party is full of plenty of other eligible women, but he starts giving Olivia de Havilland the hard sell. And he is putting an incredible effort to make her feel just like really adored and paid attention to. And when you see this dynamic, you instantly, as an audience member, go, uh-oh. Like, so I don't know. It's not a rom-com. It's not a meet cute. It's not like a bunch of witty banter. It's not like, well, you wouldn't expect them to be together, but they actually have really great chemistry. You know something is up. But at the same time, you feel sorry for Olivia de Havilland. And also, you have a major crush on Montgomery Clift. And this is Hollywood. It's the movies. So yeah, why not? Why can't it be a love story? This could be a love story. This could work out. You watching this movie, and you really hope that he's sincere. There's not really... The movie is very good about walking the line of like never having a moment where Montgomery Clift's character is just like out and out sort of sinister. But like at no point during the movie does he give any indication that like this is going to be like a real romance. You just know that he is this guy who is after her money. But you watch it and you hope that he's sincere. You hope that it will end up being a story of like true love. You know in your heart it can't be, but the movie gives you just enough rope to hold on to that you're like, but maybe it could work. It is William Wyler weaponizing your desire for romance. It is him saying like, you watch Hollywood movies and Hollywood movies are supposed to have happy endings, and you have seen enough of them that you can see this setup and kind of project a movie that ends with these two being happily married. And I know that you want that. And guess what? I want that too. But we don't live in a perfect world. And so instead, I'm going to show you the real shit. And, like, he's weaponizing your desire for romance. Every gesture, every bit of affection Montgomery Clift shows, it wounds you because deep in your heart, in your gut, you know, like, this isn't going to end well. And the disconnect between what you hope happens and what you kind of know will happen, it hurts. Remember the part in Carrie when Carrie's at the prom and everything's like all shimmery and out of focus and everyone's just kind of like nice to her for once, and she genuinely looks pretty in her dress, and William Catt is like really charming and handsome and patient, and he's being really kind, and they dance and the camera's spinning around them and they're spinning in the opposite direction. It's going faster and faster, and it's fucking Carrie. Stephen King's name was in the opening credits. You know that this doesn't end with a happily ever after, but even after you've seen Carrie 4 times, 5 times, you get to the scene and De Palma is teasing you with the possibility. He's setting you up so that when that bucket of blood drops, it hurts even more. Every time I watch Carrie, I go, this time it could be different. They could just end with them having a nice time at the prom. Maybe this is just like an ugly duckling story and she's a beautiful swan. I want it to happen every time. That's what William Wyler is doing in The Heiress. So as the film goes on, you begin to understand Olivia de Havilland. You begin to understand who her character is, how she ended up this way. It's made in 1949. It's adapted from a novella from 1880. No one was thinking about it in these terms, but like, as you watch the movie, it kind of becomes clear that her character is in some meaningful way neurodivergent. And her father hates her for that. And he is emotionally abusive. And it's never spoken, but you can kind of piece together a backstory that her father adored her mother and her mother died giving birth to her. And her father resents that and resents her. And he despises Olivia de Havilland because of it. And he despises her because she has none of the beauty and charm of her mother. She is just the thing that killed his beautiful wife and is a pale imitation in every way. And as a result of that, she has kind of lived her entire life trying to minimize herself and be as small as possible as a kind of defense mechanism. And you just get the feeling that like she has never asked for much. She has never wanted much. She never thought she deserved much because she just has this emotionally abusive father at every turn. Oh my goodness. My notes. I accidentally scrolled too far. So that is the setup. Like, as you watch the movie, it's never a speech. There's no exposition. You just intuit that this is what is going on. She doesn't have confidence. She doesn't have any expectations. And when Montgomery Clift shows up, it's like the very first glimmer of hope for something different that she's ever had in her entire fucking life. And the rest of the movie is about this triangle of Montgomery Clift, who wants her money, and Olivia de Havilland, who wants to hold on to that feeling of purpose at all costs, and her father, who will do anything in his power to prevent his daughter from marrying this frivolous playboy because he doesn't want his fortune to fall into Montgomery Clift's hands. He thinks Montgomery Clift, he looks down at Montgomery Clift in terms of class, but also in terms of character. Just out and out, everything about Montgomery Clift is offensive to this character of Olivia de Havilland's father. And the melodrama spins out from there. It is just about these three people hurting each other again and again. This movie even gets like the really, really dark ending, the one that implies suicide, the thing that Hitchcock couldn't get into suspicion. They build to that in The Heiress, and then at the end of The Heiress, spoiler alert, there is this sort of thought of like, oh my goodness, I I don't know if she's coming back down those stairs. She might be going to kill herself. That's how the movie ends. It's incredibly fucking dark. But everything in The Heiress, every choice made, every bit of blocking, every performance, it is all built around this idea. It is about exploring these characters and who they are and how they ended up in this situation. And Suspicion, that's right, Alfred Hitchcock podcast. We're talking about Suspicion. When you watch Suspicion, you don't really get that understanding. Even before the ending, which completely betrays both Lena and Johnny's characters, Suspicion needs to be ambiguous because it needs to sort of imply darkness without offending censors. So there's just this ambiguity that muddles a lot of that. Another movie that you could point to that does what Suspicion does more successfully would be something like Joseph Losey's The Prowler, which is just like, this is a character study of a fucking psychopath who he peaked in high school and he wants a comfortable middle-class life and he will do anything in his fucking power to get that done. The Prowler, that was made 10 years after Suspicion. It was made outside the studio system. And even then, it was like not well received. It went way too far. It did not make a bunch of money. Everyone involved with it ended up on the blacklist or was already on a blacklist. Like, The Prowler is not a movie that is like, oh, and then, of course, that shows that this is what Alfred Hitchcock should have done, because Alfred Hitchcock is ultimately also trying to preserve his career. He is not going to go out and make a Prowler movie. He is going to try to make a movie that, that pleases all of his masters. So, Suspicion, I'm not saying like, oh, why didn't Alfred Hitchcock just, make something super fucked up and terrible? It's like, I understand why the movie ended up the way it did. Interestingly enough, speaking of the failure of The Prowler, The Heiress was a critical hit, but a box office failure. Suspicion got mixed reviews. That was a big hit, even with the ending. So when we're talking about Alfred Hitchcock, we're talking about where he is in his career. He has a movie with two big movie stars that's a big hit. Deeply compromised movie, not the one he wanted to make, but nonetheless made a bunch of money. Also, while we're here, 1941, this is the year that Alfred Hitchcock attends the Oscars with Rebecca and Foreign Correspondent, both being nominated for Best Picture. I don't know the full history of the Oscars or when they went from 5 nominees to 10 nominees or back to 5 nominees. There were 10 Best Picture nominees in 1941. Alfred Hitchcock had 2 of them. John Ford had 2 of them. And then the other 6, who cares? So the entire Academy Award ceremony, Alfred Hitchcock just knew that Grapes of Wrath was going to be the Best Picture winner because it's fucking John Ford. He has more sway in Hollywood. Rebecca is like more of an independent production. So when it comes to like Academy voting, back then it would be very easy for a studio to just tell everyone, hey, we're 20th Century Fox. We made Grapes of Wrath. Everyone who works for 20th Century Fox, you better fucking vote for Grapes of Wrath as Best Picture. I don't remember if 20th Century Fox made Grapes of Wrath. I think they did. I could be wrong. At any rate, Alfred Hitchcock had no expectations of winning Best Picture. He didn't win Best Director. John Ford won Best Director. John Ford didn't even show up to the ceremony because he's fucking John Ford. John Ford would be another great director to do this sort of kind of project with. Easily the artistic equal of Alfred Hitchcock, John Ford. But what won Best Picture? Rebecca. So Foreign Correspondent and Rebecca both nominated for Best Picture. Alfred Hitchcock wins Best Picture, got nominated, did not win Best Director. He would never win Best Director. I think he gets nominated another time or two, but he is eventually going to get an honorary Oscar, and he's going to have to settle for that. Some of his movies get nominated here and there, but generally speaking, the Alfred Hitchcock career is not one that gets recognized at the Academy Awards, which is fine, because who gives a fuck about the Academy Awards? Anyway, Suspicion, mixed reviews, big hit, and I pointed out, like, it doesn't work. You just spend the entire movie going, why are you doing this, Lena? Why are you behaving this way? Why do you, like, Johnny mistreats you for like a scene for 6 straight minutes, and then 10 seconds he goes, oh, I was just kidding. And then she like starts crying and embraces him and go, Johnny, I knew it. I knew you were just kidding. I knew you loved me. And you're just sort of like, Lena, you gotta have some fucking self-awareness here. It's very difficult to be in Lena's shoes in a way that it's not difficult to be in Mrs. De Winter's shoes in Rebecca. Again, very similar dynamic, but in Rebecca, everything about that place is so overwhelming. And like, we have that whole section in Monte Carlo where you really understand who she was before she got married to Maxim. And like, you understand why this is happening. It's still a toxic relationship. It's still one that, like, if the protagonist of Rebecca was your best friend, you'd probably advise her not to marry this guy. But you understand why she does. Not the case with Lena. Still, a lot of suspicion that does work. Again, Cary Grant, awesome in this movie. He's very scary and unpredictable. He's just like, man, he's just, he is Mr. Screwball comedy, high energy, but like, he dials it up just like a little bit uncomfortably, where every scene, it doesn't feel like a His Girl Friday super fast dialogue. It feels more like this is a person whose brain is not functioning correctly. Very scary. The most famous shot in Suspicion is incredible. There is a famous shot where Johnny is bringing Lena the glass of milk that she thinks is poisoned. And Hitchcock keeps the entire shot like in shadows. It's like at night in this big house. And you don't see Johnny's face. He is just this like silhouette as he walks from the downstairs up this long flight of stairs. But Alfred Hitchcock put a light inside of the glass of milk. So the glass of milk is kind of like glowing from the inside. So you know that it, like, even from a distance, even at the very beginning of the shot, that it is a glass of milk on the platter, even though the man carrying it is like totally faceless. He just becomes this like sinister shape of doom. Like real fucking Michael Myers shit. Really incredible. Very frightening. There's not a scene where Lena's like, oh my goodness, he might try to poison me in my nightly milk or whatever. It's just, we have a scene and then we cut to the next scene. He is walking up the stairs with this glass of milk, but because of the way that milk is lit from the inside, you're like, no. That milk is poisoned. They don't need to say it. You just know, okay, yeah, that is poisoned milk. Really incredible visual storytelling there. I think the creepiest scene in the movie is actually a little earlier, where Lena thinks that Johnny has gambled away her father's prized heirloom furniture. And then him and his best friend Beaky like totally dismiss her emotions and gaslight her and try to make her laugh by treating her like a baby. They're just sort of making faces and tickling her chin. And it just goes on and on. It's like 2 straight minutes of her just like on the verge of sobbing in tears, and them just sort of like giggling and like tickling her chin and making goofy faces and funny noises like she is 2 years old and she's pouting, and they're trying to make the baby forget why she's pouting by cracking up. It's so unnerving. It is so upsetting. It is just like the most perfect image of the way men reinforce each other to diminish women that like I can imagine. It's like, it's genuinely just like a horrifying scene, even though it doesn't involve, the thriller aspect, the murder aspect. So creepy. In general, I think it's like really well paced. I think like the storytelling, as far as the evidence about Johnny and the ambiguity of it, I think the way it kind of laces in more and more troubling details, especially once Beaky dies out of the country, and you don't see the scene of Beaky dying, but like the plan wasn't like Johnny was not going to accompany Beaky overseas when he dies, but like you kind of think maybe Johnny was there, and then there's like a piece of evidence that one of the waiters overheard Johnny say. He overheard the man that Beaky was with being referred to as Mole Beam, which rhymes with Old Bean, which is what Beaky always called Johnny. So it's like just enough ambiguity of like, well, maybe it's not definitive evidence, but boy, it's pretty damning. Like there's a lot of that sort of a thing where you are just sort of building this domestic thriller, that is really well done. The problem is just at the core, you watch it and you go, why? Why are you staying with him? Why do you forgive him? Why aren't you leaving? Why do you still trust him? You are Joan Fontaine. You can get another man. Do that. You will be back in the good graces with your mother and father. You will have a much simpler life. You won't be crying all the time. Just don't be with her. Don't be with him. It's a hard character to respect. And again, at least some of the blame does lie with Hitchcock. Some of the blame lies with just the circumstances of the filming of the film. And some of the blame is just like, if you want people to understand the very complicated dynamics of this kind of relationship, you have to do a lot of fucking legwork. You have to make a movie out of that legwork. And, you know, you watch The Heiress from 1949. The movie is nothing but that legwork, but it does it so gracefully and beautifully and incredibly that it's just every scene is absolutely stunning. And it kind of sneaks up on you how overwhelming it is, because William Wyler, an incredible director, not a showy director the way Hitchcock is. So like the power of it just kind of builds and builds with each scene. But like that is the goal of that movie. That is what it is doing. Suspicion doesn't do that, so it's compromised. Is it a secret masterpiece? No. There's some people, I should say this. There's some people, I think Peter Bogdanovich is one of these people. They make the argument, Lena, immediately in that weird bit of exposition, sudden exposition at the end, she has sudden intuition of everything Johnny's going through and that he's really guilty and that he's going to kill himself and he's not trying to kill her. And he says, that's right. But then I wasn't going to kill myself. I'm just going to turn myself into the police because it would be too easy to kill myself and I deserve the worst. So I'm going to go to jail. And she's like, no, you don't have to go to jail, Johnny. We can figure it out together. Now that there's no barriers between us, love can conquer all. And he's sort of like reluctantly going, no, get in the car. Well, I'm going to drive you to your parents and then I'm going to go turn myself into the cops. And then they get in the car. They start driving back to her parents, and then you don't hear them say anything. You don't get any insight. You just see the car do a U-turn and then drive back to their house, implying that like she did convince him that together they can overcome this and that there is some sort of light at the end of the tunnel where they will have a happy marriage or whatever. Is kind of what's being implied at the end of the movie. There are people who think that this is subversive and sneaky and that actually all this is yet one more manipulation of Johnny, and the two of them driving back to their house is like a confirmation that Johnny is going to kill her. Ah, yes. Hitchcock, he's so subversive. He was able to get his murderous ending after all, in implication. I don't buy it. I mean, like, maybe that's what happens, but like meaningfully, it's not any meaningfully different. The idea of like, but the darkest twist of all, he'll do it later. It's just like, it doesn't explain why she suddenly has all this intuition about, it doesn't explain, number one, why Johnny doesn't kill her. He's in a position where he can push her off the cliff, and he doesn't. He instead saves her. And so the idea that it's like, Johnny didn't kill her in that car because he wanted to kill her 2 days later with poison. It's like, okay, how is that interesting or meaningful? I don't know. I don't buy that like secretly this is like a twisted dark masterpiece because it has an ending that can be read an opposite way. I just think the ending sucks, and I think throughout the movie it's just a supremely frustrating thing that has a lot of good bits and is definitely worth seeing, but not anywhere near like the top of what Hitchcock is capable of. So that is Suspicion, 1941. I think next movie we're going to be talking about is from 1942. Is this, yes, Saboteur from 1942. Now, is this a American remake of his British film Sabotage? I don't know. I've never seen Saboteur. I know Statue of Liberty's involved. We're back. I don't know what the plot of Saboteur is, but I do know how it ends, and that is the classic Hitchcock ending of someone dangling off a national monument. So excited to see that. Honestly, like Suspicion, I love talking about it. I love thinking about it. But like just getting back to core competencies of Alfred Hitchcock making a thriller-ass thriller, I'm like, all right, cool. Let's check it out. So we will talk about Saboteur next time. Welcome back to Dial P for Podcast. It is June 26th as I record this. When you're listening, God only knows. But the top story in the New York Times, Supreme Court expands Trump's power over immigration. The court handed President Trump victories in his push to rescind deportation protections for hundreds of thousands of people and turn away migrants at the southern border. Today, we are, tried to move on past that. All I really got to say is like, at the very least, and this really is the very fucking least, at the very least, one benefit of our current hell world is you don't have any anxiety about what a Supreme Court decision's going to be. You're never curious, like, I wonder what these learned, people of the law are going to decide what to do about this hot button issue. My goodness. Legally speaking, so many ins and outs. It really could go either way. No, exactly. As soon as a case goes to the Supreme Court, you're just sort of like, oh, well, is this going to hurt a bunch of people who aren't rich and white? All right, cool. Then we're going to do that. Cool. Anyway. Today we are talking about Saboteur from 1942. Speaking of hateful Americans who ally themselves with the Nazis, Saboteur is I think on last episode when I talked about Foreign Correspondent, I said, like, boy, Alfred Hitchcock is not going to get to do this kind of like big Hollywood version of 39 Steps for quite a while. It's because I hadn't seen Saboteur before. Here we are again. Second verse, same as the first. We're doing 39 Steps again. Now, granted, Saboteur is a little bit of a lower budget than Foreign Correspondent, but I think it's a testament to Alfred Hitchcock's powers that you can't really tell. This seems like maybe it cost a little bit less than Foreign Correspondent, but not much. This really is an epic American take on the 39 Steps. Emphasis on American, because this is the first Alfred Hitchcock film that truly feels like it is, it takes place in America, it is about America, it is moving through all of these American locales. It's, we have the big cities, we also have the Statue of Liberty, we have like Western ghost towns. I think it starts off in like Northern California, so we're going coast to coast on this. Wrong man on the run, trying to find the actual guy who did it kind of movie that Hitchcock did with the 39 Steps. Truly grand in scope, but it is a film for Universal, and Universal, not one of the bigger Hollywood studios. It was, Hollywood, Universal Pictures was bigger than Columbia. So they were still technically a major, but they were much smaller than an MGM, a Fox, a Paramount, and what have you. RKO, I think, even though at this point RKO, I don't know at what point RKO's fortune started to fall. But Universal basically was like, we want to be in the Alfred Hitchcock business. We don't have a huge budget to offer you, but we want your prestige, and we are willing to like pull out all the stops. And in this case, pulling out the stops meant like, we're going to give you a bonus if you stay on budget. We are going to not, second guess and micromanage you the way David O. Selznick would. Speaking of David O. Selznick, we've been watching Hitchcock's career in America, being chained to that temperamental producer. This is where we say goodbye to David O. Selznick. Hitchcock would work with him again. This is not the last we'll see of him, but this is where Hitchcock gets out from that contract and finds himself with a new one at Universal. And so this is a film that in the script form, it started off under Selznick's thumb, and then by the time this is being produced, it's no longer a Selznick picture. So we have this sort of second part of Alfred Hitchcock's American film career. Speaking of departures, this is the last Alfred Hitchcock film we are going to see featuring the talents of Joan Harrison, who started off as Alfred Hitchcock's secretary, quickly became one of his most trusted advisors when it came to like script and story issues, became indispensable. He insisted in his contract when he moved to America that Joan Harrison would move with him and work with him, and she had to be part of it. Joan Harrison, very close to him and his wife, Alma Reville. Last time I was here, I speculated a little bit about like the nature of that relationship. And to be fair, this is the sort of disadvantage of the way I am doing this series of podcasts, where I am sort of reading through a biography up to the point where he makes the movie that I'm talking about, and I'm not reading ahead. I don't know where all this stuff goes. And so I was just trying to feel out, like, what is the deal with this Joan Harrison and Alma Reville and Alfred Hitchcock? What is their relationship? It's very unusual. And it is very unusual. And I am a little bit heartened to learn that I am not alone in this speculation. It was, in fact, around Hollywood at the time, widely speculated that Joan Harrison was, in fact, a kind of mistress of Alfred Hitchcock's. That I don't believe that's really the case. I don't think that is true. I've been listening to this audiobook, Dark City, by Eddie Mueller, about film noir, and he gets to the section where he's talking about Joan Harrison and he starts raving about her. And I'm like, that's interesting. I don't really associate her with film noir. I mean, she made some dark movies with Alfred Hitchcock. She worked on Rebecca and whatnot, but film noir. And it turns out that Joan Harrison, realizing that she would always sort of be under the shadow of Alfred Hitchcock, would depart after Saboteur and go on to be one of the very first female producers in Hollywood, producing very important film noirs like Dark Waters and Phantom Lady and stuff like that. And so I learned more about her biography listening, not from the Alfred Hitchcock biography, but from this film noir book, audiobook I've been listening to. And so I can sort of like close the book on that line of speculation about the, sort of torrid, polygamous, bisexual phantasmagoria that was the imagined domestic setting of the Hitchcock household. Not the case. She was just a very talented woman. It is possible it was written in this biography, and I forgot to mention it, but something I learned just from reading Wikipedia and doing a little bit more research of Joan Harrison. Joan Harrison, the very first screenwriter, I think she was the first female screenwriter to be nominated for an Academy Award. She's also the first female screenwriter to be nominated for 2 Academy Awards in the same year in different categories, because Rebecca and Foreign Correspondent were both nominated for Best Screenplay, Rebecca being adapted, Foreign Correspondent being original. So, like, Joan Harrison, like, really hit Hollywood with a splash. And there was some... along with all of the more tawdry talk about, is Joan Harrison fucking Alfred Hitchcock or whatever? There was a lot of talk like, maybe this Joan Harrison is like, what do we know about Alfred Hitchcock? Like, maybe she's actually the reason that he's any good at all. And so people were actually very interested to see where her career would go. I think when she made Phantom Lady, which was the first film that she produced with Robert Siodmak directing, like, reviews were referring to her as if she directed the film. They were like referring to her cinematography. So Joan Harrison, not just like some forgotten woman, on the sidelines or whatever, in her time was considered like an anomaly and a fascinating sort of figure within Hollywood. Unfortunately, I think the way that producing career goes is that it's that classic story of if you are a woman in Hollywood, you are only as good as your last movie, and you don't get second chances ever. This is the what's her name? Who did Elaine May? This is the Elaine May thing, where it's like you only get one Ishtar, and then no one ever lets you make a fucking movie again. So I think Joan Harrison had some success making some film noir films early on in her producing career. I think she had less success later on, and then all of a sudden she found this Academy Award winner, multiple nominee, like, found all these doors shutting around her. So she will eventually work with Alfred Hitchcock again in television. Alfred Hitchcock Presents. She is one of the main creative forces behind that. And so this is not the very last we'll see of Joan Harrison, but this is the last feature film that we're going to be encountering with Joan Harrison. So, Saboteur, 39 steps in America. Important thing about Saboteur, it was released April 22nd, 1942. December 1941 is when Pearl Harbor was attacked. So we have a long string of Alfred Hitchcock thrillers that are pro-interventionists, both in England before England joined the war and in America with something like Foreign Correspondent, while America was very specifically neutral about the war. And in fact, people who made movies that were that were sort of like pro-intervention, that were pro-British, that sort of thing, they were investigated as being un-American. So Alfred Hitchcock sort of sticking his neck out a little bit, making a movie like Foreign Correspondent. 1941, December, I don't remember the exact date, but December 1941, that's pretty good for a guy who is basically uneducated. That changes things. Saboteur, I would say, like, one of the things that most distinguishes Saboteur from all of the other previous runs at a 39 Steps kind of a movie is that it is like, totally unleashed propaganda. It is 1000% just about like how all good Americans contribute to the war effort and all bad Americans try to sabotage the war effort. And like, it is a battle for America's soul in which the good guys are the ones who work at the munitions factories and the bad guys are they call them fifth columnists. I think that is a phrase used in this movie, but not like a ton in this movie. But every single review of this film, synopsis, everything refers to these characters as fifth columnists, which is, I'm sure, a specific term that has a specific meaning, but I am almost entirely uneducated. I had never heard fifth columnist before, but nonetheless, there is a secret cabal of rich, powerful Americans who are sabotaging the American war effort out of spite and anger, in a way of like trying to stop America from stopping the fascists. These are American fascists domestically that we are fighting. Fascinating sort of enemy for your thriller. But like, it's really, there's some of the most elegant and incredible visual metaphors I've ever seen in a film were employed in The Man Who Knew Too Much, in service of that sort of pro-interventionist message. Subtext, even not even a message in that film. It's just sort of like a subtext there. This film, it's so over the top, and like I said, Universal doesn't have a ton of money, and so Alfred Hitchcock goes, "Can I get this actor? No. Can I get this actor? No. Can I get this actor? No. Can I get this actor?" So Alfred Hitchcock goes through his like seven most. His top 7 choices for a lead, and none of them. He gets Robert Cummings, who is this. He's not a bad actor, and in fact, I think Alfred Hitchcock liked him because he will show up again in Dial M for Murder 12 years from this. But Robert Cummings has that. Have you seen Murder, My Sweet? In Murder, My Sweet, Dick Powell plays Philip Marlowe. I think that's a Philip Marlowe movie. Dick Powell plays the hard-boiled detective in this sort of film noir story. And Dick Powell, best known, certainly to me, because I'm a big Busby Berkeley person, Dick Powell best known for like light musical comedies because he has a giant mouth, it has 70 teeth in it, and you can see him all when he smiles and he sings Pettin' in the Park. You know what I mean? Like, this is Honeymoon Hotel Man. And when you watch Murder, My Sweet, and he's trying to like be real cynical and tough, it just doesn't wash. It's a cool movie. It's a good movie. And he's not bad in it, but it's just sort of like, there's so many other, actors who sort of feel tailor-made for film noir. And then you get Dick Powell, who is just sort of like a guy who's there as well. And that is kind of how I feel about Robert Cummings in this. There's like a few moments in this movie where he just smiles and you're like, oh, you're so handsome and charming. But like most of this movie, because he has been accused of murder, he has been accused of being a domestic terrorist, and he is on the run from the cops. Most of this movie, he is not smiling. Most of this movie, he is sort of panicking. He has like a sort of a sense of dread. He has moral outrage when he's confronting these fifth columnists. He gives them a long ass speech about how America is going to win, all of that shit. Just doesn't quite work. Because it's 39 steps, you have to have the female lead who starts off not trusting him, and then by the end they fall in love. Priscilla Lane, also not Alfred Hitchcock's first choice. Also not bad, just like not as interesting as some of these other female leads in these movies have been in the past. So Saboteur, what is it? The plot is a guy who works at a munitions factory bumps into this weirdo. Weirdo drops his mail. He goes to give the guy back his mail. Guy starts acting really shifty. He goes, "Oh, that's strange." It's not a munitions factory. It's an aircraft factory. So it's this. They're manufacturing aircraft for the war effort, and everyone's out at the cafeteria having lunch, but then smoke drifts in. One of the best images in this fucking movie is this like plume of black smoke drifting in from the right side of the screen into the left. It's just like a shot of these big hangar doors, and then you just get this like little bit of drift of smoke coming into the screen and then coming out from under the bottom of the hangar doors, and it's going right to left, which is like, that's classic cinema. In the West, at least, we read left to right. Things go left to right. That is kind of how our brains work. Is progress is when something is moving from the left to the right, and then we get uncomfortable when something is moving right to left. Like when you watch The Graduate, it opens with Dustin Hoffman on the moving walkway. He's moving right to left because he's not making any forward movement. It's slightly uncomfortable watching the opening of The Graduate because of that orientation. It's the same thing with the smoke coming in. It's just it's a beautiful plume of smoke, but it's made much more beautiful by the very specific way it is framed. He goes to fight the fire along with his buddy. He hands his buddy a fire extinguisher that this weirdo creep handed him. It turns out then his buddy is consumed by flames. Turns out that fire extinguisher wasn't full of extinguisher juice. What the fuck is it, a fire extinguisher? I don't know. It was filled with kerosene, and it was in fact a sabotaged fire extinguisher. And so he is accused of murdering his friend and setting the fire in the aircraft manufacturing plant in the first place, which, again, we can go back to Young and Innocent. Sometimes the police work here, not so great. Why is the guy who sabotaged the plant also sticking around to make sure to like get his fingerprints on more evidence that's totally secondary to the actual terrorist attack, which is bombing this, which is destroying this manufacturing plant's ability to build airplanes? It doesn't make any sense. But nonetheless, within 10 minutes, we have this setup. It's a spectacular sequence. This is, again, when I talk about like it's a credit to Alfred Hitchcock that this movie feels as big as Foreign Correspondent. Well, I think the budget is something like 2/3 what Foreign Correspondent is, maybe 3/4 what Foreign Correspondent had. Part of it is that he has gotten more and more assured with his special effects, and he's able to imply these big set pieces without actually having to fork over the money to do them in real life. And so you get this shot of the hangar door opening, and there's huge flames. It's like 15 seconds on screen. It's like door opens, huge flames, him and his buddy rush to the fire. Weirdo creep guy that he bumped into earlier hands him the sabotaged fire extinguisher. He hands it to his buddy. He hears screams. He looks over. His buddy is totally consumed in flames. It's like clearly a mannequin or a dummy or of some sort, like falling forward into these like 30-foot high flames. But it looks spectacular. And then we're out of it. And it's like this is 5 minutes into the movie. And then another 5 minutes into the movie, he learns that the police are after him, and that even though his buddy's mom doesn't believe he's the one who did it, she still is like, yeah, but they told me they think you did, so you better go on the run. And then we have the 39 steps happening. It happens so quickly here. This is not a short movie. This is not even necessarily a movie with like a breakneck pace. I would say some of this movie's flaws are in its pacing, but like they do not want to waste time. They don't want to be like, what is it like to work in an aircraft manufacturing plant? What is it like in America now that a war is on? It's like none of that. Let's get to the fucking part that people came to see. They're paying to see an Alfred Hitchcock thriller. At this point in 1942, they know what that means. Give the audiences what they want. So we do. Really good opening, strong opening. We get some scenes written by Dorothy Parker. So this was a script. Started off, again, Alfred Hitchcock wanted to do color version of The Lodger. Didn't happen. Alfred Hitchcock wanted to do the sequel to the 39 Steps called like Greenblatt or something by John Buchan. Couldn't get the rights to the book. So he's just like, fuck it, I'll just make my own 39 Steps sequel. Like how faithful am I going to be to that book anyway? So that is sort of the starting point with him and Joan Harrison. Joan Harrison leaves the project. This is when another screenwriter, Paul Vertel, enters. Paul Vertel, what was his career like? I feel like he did something kind of interesting. This was sort of his start. Oh, yeah, he would go on to work on African Queen, Beat the Devil, Sun Also Rises. He wrote the book. He wrote books about John Huston and Ernest Hemingway. So the White Hunter, Black Heart, the Clint Eastwood movie from 1990, that is based on a book he wrote about that sort of thing. So The Hard Way. Do I know The Hard Way from? That was the next movie he made. The Hard Way is a musical drama film with Ida Lupino. I do not know The Hard Way. At any rate, Paul Vertel works with Alfred Hitchcock. Alfred Hitchcock likes what he's got. At some point, Universal's like, let's sweeten this a little bit. Let's give Dorothy Parker some money. Dorothy Parker, very famous humorist, I suppose. She was a writer and a poet. She was part of the Algonquin Round Table, which is a thing that people love to point out. I don't know why I need to care about the Algonquin Round Table, but then again, I am almost entirely uneducated. So perhaps there's a reason why I should care that so-and-so is in the Algonquin Round Table. It's what I say, you don't understand. They would hang out at a restaurant and they'd make incredible jokes. It's like any group of friends can go to a restaurant and make each other laugh. I'm not impressed. I'm not impressed by your ability to make your friends laugh. Algonquin Round Table. Anyway, Dorothy Parker shows up. And she starts adding in some scenes. This is classic 39 Steps thing where it's episodic. It is about this guy who is on the run encountering different people who have to choose whether or not to intervene and help him and believe him or to turn him over to authorities. And this is part of what makes 39 Steps have that sort of interventionist subtext is like, are you going to do something about this or not? And it is still present here. So Dorothy Parker, she is given credit for 3 scenes. She may have written more. She may have added more to the screenplay. But the 3 scenes that I've seen attributed to Dorothy Parker are all basically just her doing riffs on other movies. It's the very first, when Robert Cummings goes on the run, the very first person who picks him up is this, he goes hitchhiking and a truck driver picks him up. And it's this like wacky take on They Live by Night, that Humphrey Bogart truck driver movie. And it's this guy who's very fun, crazy New York accent. He hates his wife, and his wife, all she wants to do is spend his money and go to the motion pictures. At a certain point, Robert Cummings is whistling Beethoven, and he goes, "Hey, that's a pretty good tune." Like he's never heard Beethoven before. It's fun. It's fun. It's like lighthearted and goofy and fun. And then later, that guy shows up again, and he witnesses this Robert Cummings being chased by the cops, and he throws the cops off the scent because he is like, y'all. He's like, I trust you. This guy's a good guy. I don't trust cops. It's an Alfred Hitchcock movie. We don't trust cops. So that's a Dorothy Parker scene. Later on, there is now I've not seen anyone else reference Bride of Frankenstein when talking about the 39 Steps. Could be entirely in my head. I watch a lot of old horror movies. I could have just a brain poisoned by old horror movies, and I think that like, oh yeah, well, Bride of Frankenstein is one of the best movies ever made. Of course, Alfred Hitchcock will be referencing Bride of Frankenstein. Maybe Alfred Hitchcock fucking hated Bride of Frankenstein. I don't know. But like in my head, when you see Robert Donat running across the Scottish Highlands, chased by the cops and all those dogs and everything, it always calls to mind Bride of Frankenstein, and I keep thinking about Bride of Frankenstein when I'm talking about these movies. Guess what? Dorothy Parker's seen Bride of Frankenstein because there is just a long ass sequence very early on in this movie where Robert Cummings, still on the run, he is handcuffed. He spends a good chunk of this movie wearing handcuffs. And he shows up at this cabin in the woods, and there's an old man living there, and he's trying to hide, with his coat and the way he positions his body, he's trying to hide that his wrists are handcuffed together. And then he learns that the man is blind and is showing him, is showing him compassion, and he's taking care of him. And he goes, "Why don't you sit by the fire?" This, that. He's just this random stranger who arrived at his home under suspicious circumstances. But this blind man is full of the milk of human kindness, and he takes care of him, and he offers a different vision of what America could be if it weren't so busy pursuing all these innocent men. And it is like so obviously 1000% just Dorothy Parker doing that sequence from Bride of Frankenstein. And I've read the Alfred Hitchcock biography. I've read a couple reviews of this movie. I've read some different material about this movie. No one ever mentions Bride of Frankenstein, to the point where I'm like, you don't have to, like, you're not going to get sued. It's a Universal film. This is all in-house. You can rip off Bride of Frankenstein all you want. It's all just a Universal film. But no one wants to admit that Dorothy Parker just did this Bride of Frankenstein scene. This is where the movie, you really start to feel the pace drop, because it is like 8 straight minutes of just a sweet old man saying sweet old things, and he's just so kind. And then even later on, when his daughter shows up and she's like, "This guy's handcuffed," he's like, "Of course I knew he was handcuffed. I have great hearing because I'm blind. But of course, just because a man is handcuffed doesn't mean he's guilty. In America, we are told that men are innocent until proven guilty." And this is ultimately like, this is a format. This is a kind of thriller that needs to be like fast-paced and fun and high energy and crazy and it's just all about moving from scene to scene to scene, and it's just all about these set pieces, all about these little ideas. And this is why The 39 Steps is one of the greatest films ever made, is because it is just so beautifully moves from one scene to the next. And there's some pathos. There's some, like when you see that woman living in that farmhouse in 39 Steps, you're like, "Oh, Jesus Christ, it must be rough to be her." There's some emotional, heft to parts of the 39 Steps, but it never slows down so much that you just feel like you're wasting time. And this movie, it moves for the first 10 minutes. It is just like absolutely breathlessly setting all this up. When the guy he bumped into at the aircraft carrier factory dropped his letters, we get flashbacks to see like, this address, the guy who I bumped into, who the cops say never worked there, he clearly is the terrorist. If I'm going to track down this terrorist, I should go to that address of the letter that got sent to him to find out someone who knows him. And so like this is what starts off the chase of him, the double chase, right? He's being chased and he is chasing down the true killer. This is the 39 Steps. And so like this structure just needs to have momentum. Momentum is one of the most important things. And then about like 20 minutes into the movie, it just fucking stops dead for this guy to say these really boring ass platitudes. When I was in high school, one of the plays that was put on was You Can't Take It With You. Now, I've only ever seen You Can't Take It With You as performed on stage at Bennett Academy in Lisle, Illinois in 2005. This is the version of You Can't Take It With You that is canonical to me. So, I can't say for sure that You Can't Take It With You is a flaming piece of shit bit of theater. It's a beloved work. It is frequently revived. I think the Frank Capra film adaptation won Best Picture. So maybe there's something to it. However, when I saw You Can't Take It With You, the only takeaway I had was, holy fuck, this is one of the most boring things I've ever seen. And partly that was because the performance I saw, it ends with a 25-minute scene of a man sitting in a chair finding new ways to just say, "Well, I think we should all be nice to each other and not worry about money." And I like it was just like I like seeing plays. I liked it. I've seen, bad plays, good plays, whatever. It's fun. Live theater is cool. Still is. And I think You Can't Take It With You at Bennett Academy in 2005 was the first time I ever thought to myself, like, oh, I need to leave. This is fucking miserable. And that is, I was getting You Can't Take It With You vibes from these blind man scenes in The Saboteur. And thankfully, they do end. He tells his daughter, now go take this man to the local blacksmith. The local blacksmith will break the handcuff change, and then we'll see what's what. She has other plans, so she tries to sabotage that. They end up having to go on the run. He takes her sort of semi-hostage. It's the exact dynamic in 39 Steps where he's basically saying, like, you don't understand. You believe I'm the killer. And so I will, in order to motivate you to go along with me, play into that and threaten you. And so it's this like goofy kind of dynamic where we know that Robert Cummings, with his big light musical comedy smile, would never hurt this woman, but she doesn't necessarily know that. So they have this very playfully antagonistic relationship. They go on the run. They end up having to run into the desert. This is where they encounter the last of the scenes that I've seen attributed to Dorothy Parker, where there is a caravan of circus sideshow performers. In the parlance of 1942, freaks. This is the freak show performers. And so there's a bearded lady, there's a super skinny guy, there's a super fat woman, there is a little person, all of these things. It's there's conjoined twins, and it is basically just like a caravan of trucks that they flag down, and they hide among these performers, who then sort of take it up on themselves to have a vote about what they should do about this fugitive and this woman. And Alfred Hitchcock designed it to be like the League of Nations. Like, in his mind, every character represented a different country in Europe, trying to figure out what to do. And the little person character, who is frequently like, I don't give a fuck about this guy. This is too much. That guy is Hitler. So I don't need to go beat by beat through this whole plot. It's about a lot of running around and stuff, but like, it's, despite it being like a ripped from the headlines movie, it doesn't have the terror of Foreign Correspondent. It doesn't have that like sort of raw dread that like the best parts of Foreign Correspondent had. It's a little bit lighter. It's a little bit more languid, because we are just sort of like, these scenes are just taking longer and longer. I think 39 Steps is a movie that's like 89 minutes long, and this is a movie that's almost 2 hours. What is the length of this movie? 109 minutes. So this is like 10 minutes short of 2 hours. And it is also, we've seen this a lot. We're reaching diminishing returns. And it's not that like every 39 Steps alike is worse than the one before it. You can make an argument that Lady Vanishes is better than the 39 Steps. Young and Innocent, way worse than Foreign Correspondent, which came after. So these things are all hit and miss, but I feel like Saboteur has a lot of constituent parts that I would be raving about on an earlier episode of this podcast. But now that I've seen it so much, and because I'm not really driven by Priscilla Lane and Robert Cummings, everything about it just feels like tired, and it's just kind of exhausting to watch. That said, a lot of cool set pieces. We have the sequence in the 39 Steps where he shows up at the dinner party. He thinks that he's contacting the compatriot of the woman who is killed in his apartment. He learns that he is in fact contracting the main villain of the movie, and this main villain kind of holds him at gunpoint, and the villain's wife walks in, and she's like, oh, okay, I guess he won't be joining us for supper. Like, she's just sort of totally read in, and the gun being pulled is not a shock. It's just sort of like a minor discomfort and inconvenience. That plays out twice here. We get that scene when he first goes to the address that was on the letter that the guy he bumped into at the aircraft manufacturing plant dropped. He goes there and he meets this very sweet old man played by Otto Kruger. Otto Kruger is awesome in this movie. He's no Peter Lorre. Like, we've seen this better, but Otto Kruger has this incredible ability to be perfectly calm and have a very pleasant smile and be very languid and confident and secure. and just have the deepest, most hateful malevolence sort of boiling right behind his eyes. And so he does this thing a couple times in the movie where he kind of like switches on a dime, like, oh, you've discovered me. Well, yes, I am the villain. I am a terrorist. I am trying to bring down America from the inside. But he doesn't change his tone of voice at all. There's no veil being dropped. He is still as pleasant and charming and an upper class man of industry as ever. Awesome. Otto Kruger, really good in this movie. Also really good in this movie. Is it Norman Lloyd? Norman Lloyd has a fucking crazy face. And Norman Lloyd is the terrorist from the very beginning of the movie who commits the act that Robert Cummings gets blamed for. He doesn't show up again until the very end of the movie, but because he just has this cool ass fucking really creepy face, as soon as you see him again, you're like, oh, it's the guy. It's the guy. We've been chasing this guy a whole movie. We finally got here. Norman Lloyd's awesome. We get some fun set pieces involving like a shootout at Radio City Music Hall in a screening of a movie where on screen there is a shootout happening. So in Sabotage, the British film with Sylvia Sweeney, Sabotage. Who the fuck was in Sabotage from 1936? It is Sylvia Sidney. Sylvia Sweeney is a contemporary actor who is not very good, but nonetheless, everyone has to have an opinion about. Sylvia Sidney lives behind the movie theater, and so you get all of this like fun Alfred Hitchcock doubling of the things that are happening within the movie are being sort of ironically commented on by the things that are happening on screen in the movie theater. We get that again this time. It goes full blown like I guess this is the first. I was trying to think of something that predates this, but like I guess it's more post. I was thinking of The Tingler, basically. I'm trying to think of other examples, but it's like there's a moment in this where Alfred Hitchcock fills the screen with this movie theater screen, except it's a little MST3K because I think you get like a little bit of a row of chairs and audience members at the very bottom of the screen. But then you get, what's his name? Old creepy McGillicuddy here, Norman Lloyd. Then you get Norman Lloyd standing up on the stage at Radio City Music Hall. So you get his outline, and you can imagine the audiences in 1942 watching Saboteur having this moment where they see this shadow on the screen that looks like it is this exact size and shape of an actual human man. And so it feels like someone is actually in the theater. And of course, this is the sort of amazing climax of the William Castle movie, The Tingler, where the monster escapes into the movie theater, and Vincent Price begs the audience watching the movie The Tingler to scream as loud as they can. And of course, William Castle, so to take it one step further, he electrified certain seats, or he instructed theater owners to electrify certain seats in the theater itself, so people would scream because they got a shock, and then other people around them would scream because they were startled by that person screaming, and then it would be like a contagious kind of a hysterical reaction. Tingler, great fucking movie. In addition to being a like fun little slice of novel film history, this does that before that. This is this great moment where the audience is screaming and running, and you see the screen, and the screen of the movie is the screen of the movie theater, but there's a shape in front of it, and he's firing a gun, and the characters on the screen are like commenting on him firing this gun and stuff. It's awesome. It's cool. It's cool. It's like, it's a shame it comes after so much time. There's a big grand ball, like a fundraising ball that he crashes in order to meet the conspirators, and so we get this like cool implication that it's like it's not some like grubby group of criminals who are sabotaging. It's like literally the upper crust. It's literally the complacent rich assholes of America who don't mind bringing America down from the inside as long as it fits their desires politically. This is the kind of thing This is the kind of thing that you watch it in 2026 and you go, yeah, it's not even a shock. This is not a reveal. I always assume that the villains are billionaires. This is just my default state. It's 2026. The villains are billionaires. You don't have to guess what the Supreme Court is going to say. So that's sort of a fun sequence. You get this moment that is an echo of the scene in the 39 Steps where he ends up on stage during a political rally and he has to try to improvise a political speech. In the same way, he is being chased through this party, and so he stands up to get the attention, all the eyes on him at the party, and he's like, but he doesn't know what to say, so he just kind of improvises a speech thanking the hostess, and then he sees a gun in the balcony pointed at him. And so he's like even, the stakes are higher than they were even in 39 Steps where he just sees the cops coming through the crowd. In this, he actually has a gun on him. And so he says, oh yeah, no, our illustrious guest, our illustrious host, she has decided to auction off some of her jewels. In fact, for charity. And so everyone's applauding, and she just and this woman who is part of the conspiracy kind of has to go along with it. It's like a fun sequence or whatever. Honestly, it really is that fucking blind man scene where I'm just like, ugh, I don't like the scene with the circus performers either. I think that is also just like too on the nose. It's not clever because it's just so obviously the thing it is. It's not hidden. It's not like a little coded message the way that the British films frequently were. It is just kind of right there. And again, it is another Alfred Hitchcock 39 Steps thriller where Alfred Hitchcock is like, but really what we want is for these two to fall in love. We want her to not trust him at first, but then they're going to fall in love because that's what we all want as an audience is to watch these two fall in love. And I'm like, I don't fucking buy it. You know why 39 Steps works is because she pops up in like the first 15 minutes of the movie, the female love interest in 39 Steps. She pops up in like the first 15 minutes and then she's gone for 40 and then she pops up in the last 15 minutes. And so you get this like really truncated, very quick sort of relationship where you don't have to kind of linger on what they mean to each other emotionally. It's all just for narrative convenience, but that's fine because we're not wasting a lot of time in this. And I think when you get to these diminishing returns, you get to these moves that we've seen before, we get another big splashy climax at a national monument. This time we get old Norman Lloyd hanging off the torch at the Statue of Liberty, which is again just like this is an example of so on the nose it's awesome. This is not an example. This is a Garth Marenghi. I know writers who use subtext and they're all cowards kind of a situation. Whereas the scene with the circus performers and the scene with the blind man are on the nose in a bad way. This to me is like, hell yeah. Yeah, that's right. He's about to fall. You know, he wanted to subvert America's liberty. He wanted to subvert America's place within the world. And now he's going to plummet off of it to his doom. Though Alfred Hitchcock would later admit, and I would agree with him here, that it was a mistake to stage the climax where it's Norman Lloyd, the villain, hanging off of the Statue of Liberty, because Robert Cummings, being a good guy, has to go and try to save him, but his sleeve of his jacket rips, and so he falls to his death. The tension, not so great, because we kind of aren't rooting for the villain to live. We're not like, oh no, I hope he doesn't fall. It's exciting because it's like a good special effect, and they built like a really cool set that is a convincing Statue of Liberty. And the sequence where he falls to his death is the sort of thing that we have since seen a million times. The Hans Gruber, the camera's pointing directly down as the villain looks up at the camera and then falls away from it to their death. Like that is a special effect that is just sort of like action movie. That's just sort of like, how do you end this? Well, it's one of the top 3 choices on the board here. Villain hanging off of a tall thing falls, and we watch the life leave their eyes as they plummet. It's what happens to Gaston in Beauty and the Beast. It's what happened to Hans Gruber. It's what happens to Norman Lloyd in this. It's cool. It's a cool sequence, but it's not necessarily as exciting as, say, Cary Grant hanging off of Mount Rushmore, which is, North by Northwest is a more pointed version when I said North by Northwest is sort of a remake of 39 Steps, it is even more to the point a remake of Saboteur. So this is a cool movie. I'm happy I saw it. It's interesting to see, Alfred Hitchcock once again just sort of like falling into these moves and seeing the variations. And it's fun seeing like what happens when he's allowed to be overtly political, which Foreign Correspondent also very overtly political, but it sort of saves that for the end. A lot of that movie, you don't have to think about the politics. This movie is a rah, let's do our part for the war effort kind of political. I'm very excited, though. We're going to be talking about Shadow of a Doubt next. Shadow of a Doubt. Alfred Hitchcock did not get to do his Technicolor Lodger, but he is going to get to do a serial killer movie because old Uncle Charlie's coming to town. And you want to talk about Alfred Hitchcock in America? You want to talk about Alfred Hitchcock making movies about America? Well, stay tuned. We'll talk about Shadow of a Doubt next time. Welcome back to Dial P for Podcast. It is June 29th as I record this. When you're listening, God only knows. But the top story on the New York Times today, got to open the fucking page. Trump cut $1 billion mining deal. His sons stand to profit. An agreement between the U.S. and Kazakhstan has given a group of American investors with ties to the president and the Commerce Secretary access to one of the world's largest untapped reserves of tungsten. We were talking about Shadow of a Doubt from 1943, excuse me. And this is going to be a long one. Settle in. It is it is 90 degrees. It's 89 degrees in my apartment right now. We are going through the heat wave. We're on a third floor walk up. No AC or anything like that. So we're just, suffering is part of life. And sometimes you just got to suffer. So I'm just sort of sitting here naked, but don't get too excited. This is the least sexy version of naked possible, where your whole body is like a sticky sensory nightmare. And especially, if one happens to work at a bakery, handling 50-pound sacks of powdered sugar all day, one might come home feeling just a little bit sticky. And I just showered and everything, and I'm still just like, ugh. I feel disgusting, but I am probably not going to have super high energy, but it's Shadow of a Doubt. It's Alfred Hitchcock's favorite film he ever made. That's the reputation. That's the first thing people say when they say something about Shadow of a Doubt. This was Alfred Hitchcock's favorite film. Let's start there. Is that true? It is sort of true. It is true that he has said that in multiple interviews. It is also true that he has denied it in multiple other interviews. This is, I think it was the interview with Francois Truffaut where he kind of told Truffaut, people ask you that and you got to say something. And so I picked that one. It's not necessarily true. I think what is true is that the act of making this film was maybe one of the most pleasurable experiences of Alfred Hitchcock's career. This was a truly blessed production in terms of people he collaborated with and being out in location in Santa Rosa, California, and loving that and really being engaged by the material and feeling all of his actors clicking and everything. I think this is probably the best production experience Alfred Hitchcock ever had making a movie. That I would probably believe. Is it the best film he ever made? Some will argue that it is. Some will say Shadow of a Doubt, 10 out of 10, masterpiece. See, this isn't a Vertigo, this isn't a Rear Window, this isn't a Psycho or a Birds, but those who know that this is the great Alfred Hitchcock work. This is a thing that is said, this movie is fucking fascinating and I love it. And I love the act of watching it. I think it has flaws. I think it has real flaws. I think they are different flaws from Suspicion. I think it is more successful generally than Suspicion. But like Suspicion, it is a tasty, tantalizing film that it almost is able to become. And then all of the things that just clearly do not work at all stand out that much more strongly because the masterpiece that this could have been is so evident. So that's sort of like up top. My take is this movie is really, really fucking good. And maybe one of the most interesting films Alfred Hitchcock ever made. This is not the greatest film Alfred Hitchcock ever made. This is not what I would call a masterpiece. Where do we start? Let's start at the start. Production history stuff. Rumors of David O. Selznick's death have been greatly exaggerated. This is what I get for reading a biography only up to the point of the movie I cover. Is I was reading about Saboteur, and he was talking about how lucky he was to be free of David O. Selznick. It looked for a bit like Saboteur was going to be produced under O. Selznick, which would have been a long, laborious process, but he managed to get it out to Universal, and he was already planning his moves away. And so I kind of just like brushed my hands off and said, well, that does that. No more David O. Selznick. And then I put on Shadow of a Doubt, and then it says in the opening credits, directed by Alfred Hitchcock, Alfred Hitchcock, courtesy of David O. Selznick Productions. So, like, David O. Selznick got his name in this fucking movie. Alfred Hitchcock didn't have to deal with any David O. Selznick, micromanaging nonsense when he made this movie. But he is not free of David O. Selznick, and I believe that there was a tortured, drawn-out contract dispute between Alfred Hitchcock and David O. Selznick regarding Alfred Hitchcock wanting to work in radio. I think I talked about that a little earlier. And he tried once again, Alfred Hitchcock, to get a radio show going and got as far as like putting on some shows for audiences. Unfortunately, because of timing, he was not live in front of the audiences to host. It was hosted by an actor who then they edited in Alfred Hitchcock's lines. And the way they turned out, it seemed like the audiences loved it. It seems like it was a show that was ready to go. And David O. Selznick said, fuck you. I don't want you working on something that I'm not sure is going to make me any money because we are, as of right now, unsure about whether your contracts with me stipulates that I get a piece of your radio work as well. So I'm just going to say, no, as my employee, you can't fucking do radio. So that got botched. But Jack Skirball, I believe, is the producer of Shadow of a Doubt. Jack Skirball, also the producer of Saboteur. Saboteur was a big hit. Jack Skirball was thrilled to be in the Alfred Hitchcock business. Jack Skirball had set up a deal with Alfred Hitchcock because he's really trying to like win him over. He knew Alfred Hitchcock was unhappy with David O. Selznick, and he wanted to have a long relationship with this insanely talented Hollywood filmmaker. So he said, look, if you can bring this movie in under budget, on budget, you can get a bonus. And if you get another bonus, you get profit percentage basically that kicks in if it makes a certain amount of money. And I think Alfred Hitchcock and Saboteur went like $1,000 over, and the producer was like, yeah, you get your bonus. And eventually Saboteur made enough money that Alfred Hitchcock got that percentage as well, bought a new house, the whole thing. Alfred Hitchcock, he's on his way up in his career, but he's looking for his next project. He knows Jack Skirball over at Universal wants to be part of that next project. He talks to the head of the story department for David O. Selznick, Margaret McDonnell, and her husband is Gordon McDonnell, who was a crime novelist. A lot of his writing had been adapted into films already. And she brought up with her husband, oh yeah, Hitch is looking for a new project or whatever. And her husband's like, hey, remember that time that our car broke down on the side of the road and we were waiting for someone to come and get us? And in the meantime, I was just sort of like spinning a yarn about like the evil that lurked in the small town nearby. This little idea I had called Uncle Charlie. And I could never quite make it into a short story or anything. But, now that you're bringing it up, I think this whole Uncle Charlie idea would probably be pretty good for Alfred Hitchcock. It kind of seems like it's up his alley. So then Margaret McDonnell went to Alfred Hitchcock, said, anyway, I have this Uncle Charlie idea. And Alfred Hitchcock heard a little bit of it, and he was like, all right, let me have lunch with your husband. Then he pitched a more thorough sort of a pitch of this story. Alfred Hitchcock was very excited. The story is, if you have not seen Shadow of a Doubt, go ahead, see Shadow of a Doubt. Hey, guess what? Remember early on in Dial P for Podcast, I was talking about how you can just find all these old silent films on YouTube. Shadow of a Doubt is owned by Universal. I do not know why Universal is not protecting its copyright, but there are multiple just fucking copies of Shadow of a Doubt floating around for free on YouTube. Watch this movie. It's real fucking good. Anyway, so Alfred Hitchcock sat down with Gordon MacDonald, and Gordon MacDonald told him the story of Uncle Charlie, which is a young woman in a very small town idolizes her uncle, her distant uncle, Charlie. Distant not meaning like not quite related, but distant meaning like he is not really an active part of the family's lives. But whenever he does show up, it's always very exciting and interesting, and she has always sort of idolized him. And one day he comes to the family to sort of stay with them, and she is elated and thrilled until she begins to suspect that Uncle Charlie may in fact be the Merry Widow murderer, the killer who has been going across the East Coast, scooping up widows and strangling them, and then taking all their money and leaving. She gets evidence that maybe her uncle is in fact a serial killer. Her uncle, certainly his behavior doesn't do anything to hide this fact. He's a very strange, very antisocial in some ways, very depressive, cynical man, and this closeness she has with her Uncle Charlie is threatened, and she doesn't know if she's going to try to turn him in. She doesn't know if he knows that she knows, and if that's going to lead to her being at risk of being killed by Uncle Charlie. It's a whole, and that is the central tension. And that sounds, if you've never seen Shadow of a Doubt and it sounds familiar, that is also basically was remade as Stoker by Park Chan-wook. Chan-wook Park. I always forget what the actual correct Korean naming convention is, how I should say it. At any rate, if you were like, hey, I think I saw a movie like that, maybe you did. Maybe it was Stoker and not Shadow of a Doubt. But Shadow of a Doubt, we get this great small town setting. We get the serial killer thing that Alfred Hitchcock's very interested in. He ends up selling his rights that he bought. He bought a half stake in the rights to The Lodger. And then because he could get no studio to produce a color remake, he ended up selling those to his agent. And then his agent immediately sold the rights to Fox, who had already said to Alfred Hitchcock, no, we're not going to make a color remake of The Lodger. And then immediately Fox makes a black and white remake of The Lodger. I already talked about that earlier in this episode. But Alfred Hitchcock, he's got this money now. He's got this stability. He's got this status. He has this story. It's not a script, though. And he asks, he asked Gordon MacDonald, can you give me a script? And Gordon MacDonald goes, I'm busy. It's not really, I don't know. It's just an idea I had. And so Alfred Hitchcock, like, can you give me a treatment? And Gordon MacDonald's like, all right, here's an 8-page treatment. And that is when Gordon MacDonald leaves the production. So he has a very rough idea of what a story could be. It is then up to Alfred Hitchcock and Alma Reville to sort of do their magic and work on this treatment to try to turn it into an actual movie. But they no longer have their third. They no longer have Joan Harrison around. She is off producing Phantom Lady, I think. 1943, I think, is when Phantom Lady came out. So Joan Harrison's gone. They need a new collaborator. Alfred Hitchcock, very, very ballsy move. He asked Thorton Wilder to write with him. He goes, hey, Thornton Wilder, would you like to make one of my lowbrow, B movies? They're not B movie, but you know what I mean? Like, Thornton Wilder, if you don't know who Thornton Wilder is the playwright who wrote Our Town. He is also the author of, San Luis Bridge, The Bridge of San Luis Rey, which won a fucking Pulitzer. He won a National Book Award. Thornton Wilder, if there's like a play from the 40s that you have seen, there's a good chance that it is Our Town. Our Town is just like one of those foundational pieces of American theater. Our Town is a story of a small town as told by the inhabitants of a graveyard. Thornton Wilder, very high-minded, very literary. The Bridge of San Luis Rey is a fascinating film, or not book, it's film. It's a fascinating novel about like subjectivity and sort of existential questions about the nature of reality and truth. Like, this is who Thornton Wilder is. And Alfred Hitchcock says, hey, I'm making another one of my, he had a specific term for this. Oh, I can't find the fucking, it was like a seat grabber or something. Like he had a very folksy kind of term for his kind of, for this specific kind of thriller. With a seat grabber, is what he called it, or something along those lines. And he went to Thornton Wilder, Pulitzer Prize winner Thornton Wilder, and said, hey, you want to do a seat grabber? Thornton Wilder was suspicious, but eventually he was like, I mean, yeah, why not? So Thornton Wilder heads out to L.A., meets with Alfred Hitchcock. They are immediately friends. They really get along well. Alfred Hitchcock is very intelligent, despite, being sort of coarse and sometimes vulgar, and being interested in entertainment that is not as high-minded as The Bridge of San Luis Rey. Thornton Wilder is instantly able to see, like, okay, Alfred Hitchcock is really fucking smart, and he has really good insights into how you tell a story. And I think this is actually, now that I'm thinking about it, this is a really interesting story. Like this idea, this Uncle Charlie idea, it's really something. And so they're working on it together. Thornton Wilder's getting more and more excited about it, but he only has 6 weeks because eventually he has to go into the psychological warfare department of the Army. At some point, I'm going to have to finish reading this Alfred Hitchcock biography and then pick up a Thornton Wilder biography to find out what the fuck the writer of Our Town did in the psychological warfare department of the U.S. Army. That sounds like a fucking story. I don't know what he did there, but I do know that he only had 6 weeks. So in 6 weeks, they were bumming around California. They were scouting locations. They stumbled upon Santa Rosa, which is a Northern California. In 1943, it was a small town. Now it is sort of just like a full city or whatever, but it was pretty small and sleepy and, known for growing grapes and wine and stuff like that. And Alfred Hitchcock instantly fell in love with it. Good news for Alfred Hitchcock. I'd never heard this before. Apparently, part of the wartime restrictions on the film industry in terms of how much money they could spend was that they were not allowed to spend more than a certain amount on sets. This is obviously new because December 1941 is when Pearl Harbor is bombed. So all of these sort of things are sort of happening very quickly, I imagine. I don't know how long that lasted through the war. I don't know when that started, but Alfred Hitchcock was able to use this to go to Jack Skirble and say, I want to shoot on location. Now, we already have Saboteur. Saboteur is a country-spanning chase movie, and it is all done with special effects. It is mostly done in studio. There's some location shooting, but really like the 39 Steps, but just on a larger scale, and Foreign Correspondent as well. It is all done with special effects and studios and sound stages and rear projection, that sort of thing. And this is going to be the first time in a long time that Alfred Hitchcock gets to go on location and really just like make a movie in a place. And this is something, if you remember early on in Dial P for podcast, this is something he constantly wanted to do in the early days of his career. He was constantly coming up with stories that would allow him to go off to wild locations and then bumping up against studio heads who were like, no. You can shoot that in the back lot. There's you don't have to go to the south of France to shoot a scene where people are bathing. You can go to northern England. It's the same shit. Alfred Hitchcock never got to do a lot of location filming, but he fell in love with Santa Rosa, and timing was right. He was able to make this a location movie. When you watch Shadow of a Doubt, one of the big things that really separates it from the Alfred Hitchcock movies that came before, and many but not all of the Alfred Hitchcock movies that came later, is that it has a stunning sense of place. Santa Rosa, as the small town that has this evil force sort of descending upon it, is absolutely captivating because it doesn't feel like the 40s. You watch this movie and it doesn't feel like 1943. Santa Rosa feels like 1920s. Santa Rosa. So Shadow of a Doubt stars Joseph Cotten. Joseph Cotten, before he made this film, had just finished making The Magnificent Ambersons. The Magnificent Ambersons, let me look this up real quick. Magnificent Ambersons takes place in last few decades of the 19th century. So like 1880s, 1890s. Magnificent Ambersons takes place. When you look at Santa Rosa in this movie, in Shadow of a Doubt, it kind of feels like maybe it's the 1890s. Like there's cars on the street, but you get the feeling that like no one's too confident about how to drive them because they only just arrived. That's kind of the vibe you get when you watch Shadow of a Doubt. It's an incredible location, and it is a huge part of why the movie is so good. But Thornton Wilder has to go away to the army, and so then Alfred Hitchcock, in another, like, this is the advantage of working in Hollywood. Never in a million years in England would he be able to just sort of send a telegram to Thornton Wilder and say, hey, I'm making The Lady Vanishes. Do you want to help me? He would never be able to just sort of like casually point to a interesting artist in America who has no connection to the film industry and say, I think you could contribute something to my movie and get it done. But because Alfred Hitchcock has been nominated twice, or two of his films, I should say, have been nominated for Best Picture. He was nominated for Best Director. One of his films won Best Picture. His films have been very successful. Suspicion, very successful. Saboteur, very successful. Rebecca, Foreign Correspondent, cost a lot, so it wasn't super profitable. But in terms of like a movie people went out and saw, Foreign Correspondent, very successful. He is now in a situation where he can do that thing. Like I always think like in Hollywood, success breeds success, right? Like if you are both a good artist and make someone a lot of money, then you can kind of just keep being a guy who makes interesting movies because you just have access to all the best crew and the best writers and the best material. When a hot nonfiction book, when people are trying to option a hot nonfiction book, Steven Spielberg is sort of who I have in mind right now. When Steven Spielberg wants to do a book adaptation, whoever owns the rights to that book is probably going to give it to Steven Spielberg. You know what I mean? Steven Spielberg is in a situation where he can sort of just like point and pick and choose and say, I want to do that movie. It can have a huge budget. It's going to have the biggest stars or whatever stars I want in it. And I'm going to pick all of the best writers to work on it. I'm going to get Tony Kushner to rewrite West Side Story. No other human being in a million years would be able to talk Tony fucking Kushner, Angels in America, Tony Kushner, into rewriting West Side Story. But Steven Spielberg, so he can. And Alfred Hitchcock, finally, in 1943, he's not Steven Spielberg. I don't think Alfred Hitchcock ever had the success or the power in Hollywood that Steven Spielberg had very early on. But Alfred Hitchcock is in a place now where he can sort of be like, you know what else would be good here? And then just like send a telegram to Sally Benson and say, hey, Sally Benson, I like your short stories in The New Yorker. Junior Miss is such a fascinating collection of short stories. Would you like to, you have a great sense for, you have a great sense for young women. You have a great sense for coming of age. You have a great sense for small towns and innocence and all of that. But you have you're very witty. Can you write on Shadow of a Doubt? And Sally Benson's like, well, I've never written a screenplay, but yeah, I'll fucking take a crack at it. Sally Benson, if you don't know, you probably don't know. Sally Benson is not the name that Thornton Wilder is. Sally Benson is a writer who, in addition to writing short stories, she did eventually write screenplays and plays. And she has a collection of books, a collection of short stories called Junior Miss, sort of about growing up around the turn of the century, Magnificent Amberson times. And they were sort of, as a collection, adapted into the musical Meet Me in St. Louis. Actually, no. Now that I'm looking this up on Wikipedia, I have it slightly wrong. Meet Me in St. Louis is a novel that Sally Benson wrote that was adapted into Meet Me in St. Louis. But Meet Me in St. Louis follows the sort of the feel of her short stories. So when Alfred Hitchcock asked her to work on this, he was thinking of the short stories. Meet Me in St. Louis is my all-time favorite movie. I have like 4 films that I sort of consider in the category of favorite film of all time. It's Meet Me in St. Louis, it's Stop Making Sense, McCabe and Mrs. Miller, and Carnival of Souls. Those are my 4 all-time favorite movies. Meet Me in St. Louis is as good as any movie that's ever been made, as far as I'm concerned. And Sally Benson is absolutely part of that reason. She did not write the screenplay, but like having seen Meet Me in St. Louis about 15 times, and then now having watched Shadow of a Doubt like 4 times, like it's very clear what Sally Benson brings to the table. They're very similar. There is this sort of vision of a household as benevolent chaos. There's this feeling of like you have all of these people who love each other, but they're so comfortable in their love with each other that they feel very comfortable with just sort of like bickering and poking at each other. And they're all weird individuals who are strange and quirky, and the warmth, but also the sometimes like shockingly modern sharp dialogue. It's all there in Shadow of a Doubt the way it is in Meet Me in St. Louis. The what's the name of the little girl character in this? Emma. No. Emma is the mother. It is Anne. Edna Mae Wanacott in this movie plays Anne, and she's like a 7-year-old. And she's a precocious 7-year-old. She has pigtails and glasses, and she's reading Ivanhoe. And everything out of her mouth is absolutely fucking hysterical. She's not Tootie from Meet Me in St. Louis. No one is as good as Tootie in Meet Me in St. Louis. She's the most horrible. But Edna Mae Wanacott in Shadow of a Doubt as Anne, absolutely incredible. And that is the sort of thing, Alfred Hitchcock with Thorton Wilder had eventually came up like with what story he wanted to tell. He came up with all the beats. They were very simpatico. Like, it turns out Thornton Wilder really enjoyed the process of writing a thriller and say, like, how do we reveal the information to the audience? And what do we conceal? And like, what clever ideas can we have to sort of get these characters into situations and ratchet up tension? Like, this is something that Thornton Wilder, not really doing in Our Town or The Bridge of San Luis Rey, turned out to be very good at. But Alfred Hitchcock felt that, like, right now their vision of a small town was sort of slightly distant, and it needed some, like, sort of crackling modern immediacy to offset that sort of sunny, nostalgic haze that Santa Rosa has in this movie. And that is where Sally Benson came in. So Sally Benson comes in. She's doing a bunch of work on dialogue. There's some other writer who was working on it as well. This is of course Alma Reville gets a credit in this. Obviously Alfred Hitchcock, I think, is like 6 total people. So because Gordon, and then so then there was one other writer who is not credited who did some work on this as well, hammering it out. And it is in fact who I mentioned earlier, Emma or Patricia Collinge, who plays Emma, who is Uncle Charlie's sister, and the protagonist of the film is Charlotte. She's also referred to as Charlie. That's sort of like part of their weird simpatico thing, is that she was named after her male, uncle, and so her name on the birth certificate is Charlotte, but everyone calls her Charlie. It will be a little confusing as I'm recapping the plot, and I keep saying Charlie and Charlie, so maybe I'll say Charlotte. But Teresa Wright plays Charlotte, but it was Patricia Collinge who plays her mother, who rewrote one of the scenes that she didn't feel was working. It was like a romantic scene, and she just sort of took it upon herself to rewrite it. And Hitchcock, being the open to collaboration as he is, he was in terms of writing, he loves the ideas. In terms of acting, he's like, no, you don't understand. My camera is like, I already know where my camera's going to be, so you have to be where my camera's going to be. He doesn't like to take input from actors, but from writers, he loves taking input and ideas. So Alfred Hitchcock has Shadow of a Doubt going. It is, by all accounts, a lovely shoot. It all goes well. It comes out. It is fairly successful, and it is fairly well received by critics. Critics did not say this is a crazy fucking subversive, pitch black, dark, disturbing masterpiece the way that critics in 2026 will. Critics in 1943 were like, yeah, that was pretty thrilling. It was a good, it was a good little shocker. It was a seat grabber, as far as seat grabbers go, it was pretty good. So ultimately, this movie in its day did not have the reputation that it would gain, I think like 10 years later it really isn't that long before Cahiers du Cinema get their little grubby hands on the Alfred Hitchcock oeuvre, and all of a sudden Suspicion and Shadow of a Doubt are the greatest films ever made, and 39 Steps is a trifle, of course, and Rebecca, oh my God, well that's half a David O. Selznick film. You might as well fucking eat garbage out of a trash can rather than watch something like that. I don't know. I don't know how Cahiers du Cinema responded to Rebecca, but that is a vibe I got from other critics who are Alfred Hitchcock obsessives. Is anything that feels like watered down Hitchcock is automatically degraded and not worth talking about. This movie, though, it has earned its reputation as being like this beguiling, fucking crazy thing. I'm sort of like going back and forth about how I want to structure talking about these movies, and I kind of think I should just take each movie as how they hit me. This one, I feel like I kind of gotta we gotta walk through the plot together. I gotta. It's all in little bits and pieces here, both the things that make it astonishing and also the very obvious flaws. So let's do that. All right, so. You know that Alfred Hitchcock, he likes to start off with sort of a close-up of an image that's sort of unrelated, and he'll eventually kind of work his way. I'm thinking of like the flickering light bulb at the beginning of Sabotage. By the way, this movie, it's a little bit Sabotage, really. I was wondering if Saboteur was a remake of Sabotage, and it isn't. But like the back half of Sabotage, where it just becomes about that lead actress realizing that her husband is a terrorist and she's living with this murderer and she doesn't understand him, and like just that suffering, that is very much the dynamic between Charlie and her Uncle Charlie, Charlotte and her Uncle Charlie, in this movie. So the flickering light bulb at the beginning of Sabotage, that sort of indicates the blackout that opens that movie. This, instead of starting on like a close-up of something, we start on a long shot of New York City, or it might be New Jersey. It's some East Coast city for sure, and it's all shot by Universal Pictures news team. So basically, like, all the people who would go out and get their newsreel footage and stuff, which apparently Universal was famous for having a lot, like having really great newsreel footage to accompany their features and stuff like that. They shot most of this sort of stuff second unit, and we just get these really nice shots of this urban city that is like stands obviously in stark contrast to the small town Santa Rosa setting of the rest of the film, and very documentary like. But then we get into the room where Uncle Charlie, who's played by Joseph Cotton, is lying in bed, and he's just sort of staring at nothing, and there are these long shadows, and it's this sort of squalid room, and instantly you're like, oh my God, it's a film noir. Which is, I was watching this movie and I was doing the math in my head where I'm like, what is it? What's the first film noir? I know Maltese Falcon was like the first major hit film noir, but there's like another movie that is largely considered the Stranger on the Third Floor. There you go. Stranger on the Third Floor is one of those things that it's like, okay, Stranger on the Third Floor, I think, is 1940. Maltese Falcon is 1941. We're now in 1943. Alfred Hitchcock, he sees everything. He goes to the movies constantly. It is possible that Alfred Hitchcock was sort of tapping in to, and again, film noir, if you don't know, is a thing that it's not a genre that people thought they were making when they were making it. Film noir is something that critics came up with to describe something that happened to American film in retrospect in the during the start and the immediate aftermath of World War II. And so like when we say like Alfred Hitchcock was influenced by film noir, at no point did Alfred Hitchcock think in his mind, oh, you know what we should do? We should do some of these film noir touches. The phrase hadn't been invented yet. Also, important part of why did film noir happen? Film noir happened because you had all of a sudden a lot of German artists who had to get the fuck out of town in the 30s, ended up in Hollywood. And so you have all of these European influences that were sort of separate from America. We already talked about how America rarely imported films from England. Foreign language films, much harder even then to import. Silent era was a little bit different. But once you get to talkies, Americans are pretty much just watching movies made by Americans. So you didn't have this whole other European film influence happening in Hollywood until Hitler. And then all of a sudden people were fleeing Europe to America, and you have all these insanely talented artists joining the ranks of Hollywood and bringing that dark influence, specifically German Expressionism, which is to say that it is probably more likely that Alfred Hitchcock did not need to be influenced by film noir because he had already been the German Expressionist British filmmaker. Like, he worked in Germany. He made films in Germany. He was on set for The Last Laugh. Like, Alfred Hitchcock loved German Expressionist films in the silent era. Those were like his favorites in that time. We've already seen the influences of everything. So not all of his films look like this. Not all of his films have this feeling. I would say it's a limited number of Alfred Hitchcock films that I would describe as belonging to that category of films you'd call film noir. But like Shadow of a Doubt is one of those for sure. So you have Uncle Charlie, and he's lying in bed, and you get these long, long shadows through the window, and there's just like piles of cash on the floor, and he's just kind of staring at nothing. And and his landlady comes in and says, "Yeah, there are these two men looking for you." And Uncle Charlie doesn't seem too concerned. Uncle Charlie maybe doesn't seem like he's concerned about anything anymore. Just like really, there's something really incredible. All the performances in this movie are very good. Other than possibly, what's the guy's name who plays the detective? Is it Wallace Ford? No, MacDonald Carey. MacDonald Carey is sort of just like a bland love interest for Charlotte. It's like so many love interests in Alfred Hitchcock movies. You're just sort of like, yeah, I guess the plot needs this to happen, so I guess they kind of like each other now. It doesn't... I don't see the chemistry or the energy, and it doesn't seem too justified, but I guess the plot needs it to happen. So there you go. Detective Jack Graham is madly in love with Charlotte and wants to marry her after knowing her for 10 hours. But all the performances in this movie are good, but Joseph Cotten in particular is so fucking inscrutable. He seems like to himself. He is not like a suave, smooth operator. Like, he's not a Hannibal Lecter. He's not like this guy who seems to be like absolute control of himself. He just happens to be this sort of like nihilist sociopath who views the rest of humanity as his playthings, and he will use them as he sees fit. There's something about him where it is not like a crazy, squirmy, like I'm a mad serial killer performance, but it's also, he seems like kind of unsettled. It's different than Norman Bates, but Norman Bates has a similar energy. And right away, you don't know anything about this guy. You don't know what the fucking story is. You've been given basically no context except he's lying in bed in this dingy apartment, but he has piles of money just sort of crumpled up on the floor around him. And he just, the way he reacts to his landlady saying there are men looking for you is kind of like, what's this guy's deal? And then so much of this movie, even when you know what his deal is, he is captivating because you don't exactly know what's going on in his head at any given moment. He gives them the slip. These two men, they chase him. They don't get him. We then cut to Santa Rosa, California, the most idyllic fucking small town that's ever small town. It is 1890. It is Magnificent Ambersons. And we see, first, it's all sun. That's the thing. This is kind of a film noir, but this is like, and you know, this is not unique in this way. There are actually many film noir films that you would sort of group with film noir that have a lot of daylight. There's a lot of different ways to get to that feeling of film noir. They're not all Maltese Falcon. But like Santa Rosa, when you see it, it just looks like a travelogue for why you should take a vacation to America's winningest small town. Like, it's just, oh, what a pleasant little place. And then you get inside of Charlotte's room, and Charlotte is lying on the bed, and instead of like Venetian blinds or the buildings, shadows of the buildings like cast down into her room, we get these swaying trees as she's sort of sitting in the dark. And in general, the way Hitchcock lights this family house, it's the kind of movie, because the vision of the family, because of Sally Benson, the vision of the family is so close to Meet Me in St. Louis. But Meet Me in St. Louis is like the most gorgeous Technicolor lifestyle fantasy that you could possibly, like, it is so goddamn nostalgic and just like pitching you on basically Meet Me in St. Louis is like, were things better when women ran the home? It is Meet Me in St. Louis in some ways is like a pitch about why women belong in the kitchen. But it's a very convincing one because it is so goddamn pleasant and charming and beautiful. But of course, it's a Technicolor film, which means it is so overlit, and it is a Vincent Minnelli film, which means it has so much light and deep focus, because Vincent Minnelli, especially when he's staging musical numbers in these sort of cramped spaces of living rooms and whatnot, Vincent Minnelli makes incredible use of depths. That was just like one of his things. That is like one of the things that he was just god tier at, was the depth of the frame and like arranging objects and people and characters within the frame and utilizing depths and all that. So like when I'm watching this movie and I'm thinking about Meet Me in St. Louis, because so much of it does remind me of Meet Me in St. Louis, one of the things that is so fucking different from Meet Me in St. Louis is this house. There's so many shadows. There's so much darkness, and it's not like everyone. It's supremely subjective, and this is maybe where I should say that like this movie is kind of, until you get to Vertigo, until you get to The Birds, and I haven't seen Marnie yet, but my understanding is Marnie is a little bit like this, until you get into like the really fucking wild abstract shit later on in his career. Like, this is sort of the first movie where I would look at this and say, I bet David Lynch really liked this fucking movie. There's a moment, I'll get to it in a second, but there's like one specific aesthetic move that he keeps going back to that is so goddamn Lost Highway or Mulholland Drive that I was like losing my mind. But Charlotte is lying in bed, identical. The shot is the exact same, but as her uncle Charlie, and she is in despair, and she is such a sweet girl, and she's so innocent, and she lives in a world where nothing bad could ever happen. As far as I know, Pearl Harbor didn't get fucking bombed in Santa Rosa. Like the news hadn't gotten there yet. No young boys had to be conscripted or drafted into the army in Santa Rosa. It's still 1890 there. But like something is bothering her, and part of that is just she is this sort of like intelligent, interesting, complicated person. But also, I think for her, the movie plays with mirroring constantly mirroring Uncle Charlie and Charlotte and his niece Charlotte. And I don't think the movie ever actually wants you to think, well, maybe Charlotte's a serial killer too. Maybe she's like a budding serial killer in waiting. Like, there's no suggestion of that darkness in her. I think her anxiety is that she is 18 years old and she just graduated high school, and she doesn't know what the fuck she wants to do with her life. And there's something about being a young woman in this small town, and her mother is this kind of silly, like, not dumb. The character's not dumb, but there's something about the character of her mother, what's the name? Of Emma. There's something about the character of Emma that is just sort of like, her world is very small, and she has a very sunny disposition, and she is maybe like not super in touch with everything happening around her, because she has no need to be. She doesn't need to think deeply about any things that Charlotte might be thinking about, because her world is all set. And I think Charlotte is sort of looking around her and looking at this life and feeling a little bit of panic. Ultimately, I think this is a movie that says, like, no, Charlotte belongs in Santa Rosa. Charlotte belongs in a small town. The thing she learns from her experience with Uncle Charlie in this movie is that she is not an Uncle Charlie. This is part of the reason why this movie is not as interesting as it could be, and in some ways, this is part of the flaws of the movie. But like, I don't think this is a movie where it's saying, "Oh yeah, Charlotte is really upset because she's kind of a serial killer too." I think this is a movie that is saying Charlotte has postgraduate anxiety, and part of that is feeding into a sort of proto-feminist inkling of, like, maybe it fucking sucks being a woman. I don't know. There's something, but something's got to, like, I'm unsettled, and something's got to shake things up. We get all this wonderful scenes of the household. I already talked about Edna Mae Wanacott. I'll talk for another fucking hour about Edna Mae Wanacott. She is so fucking cute as Anne. Charlotte also has a younger brother. What's that dude's name? Is he not credited? Why is this? Roger, right? Charles Bates is Roger Newton. Yes, Roger, who is precocious in a different way. He's very, Anne thinks of herself as an intellectual, and he doesn't think of himself at all. He just thinks about facts. So he's just like I counted. It takes 464 steps from the post office to here. They don't have a Southern accent, but Edna Mae Wanacott was a girl who was just living in Santa Rosa that Alfred Hitchcock saw on the street and was like, you got something. Would you like to do a screen test? And she had never acted before, and she has a little bit of an accent or something. I don't know. So I'm trying to get that Santa Rosa accent down, but I don't think I'm going to do it. We get a little bit of the household. Charlotte is in a funk. Her dad comes home. Her dad is checked out. What's his name? Who plays her dad? Henry Travers is so fucking funny in this movie. Henry Travers plays her dad, and Henry Travers, it's very frustrating. On 96 Greers, recently, we covered a movie that has played festivals but is not yet out, called Chili Finger. And it is great I don't want to oversell it. It's good. It's a good movie. When Chili Finger becomes available to you, you should seek out Chili Finger and see it. It's very fun. The character Sean Astin plays in Chili Finger, I absolutely fell in love with, because he is such a specific kind of just like 50-something dork. And it's just the exact same energy is captured here by Henry Travers as Joseph Newton, Charlotte's father, where he is just sort of like her mother. He just kind of he goes to work. He is insanely unambitious at the bank. He seems to be, super unsettled, when Uncle Charlie shows up later and starts like making a hubbub at the bank, he's like, no, don't do that. I'm just a mild-mannered bank clerk. You're really upsetting me. But Henry Travers is such a good performance. He underplays everything, where you can see the panic on his face without him really changing his expression. It's incredible. So Henry Travers, you before you see Charlotte's mother, you see her father, and you're kind of like, okay, yes, I know why this young woman feels trapped. This seems like a very small world that she lives in. And she says, I know it's going to shake this family out of its rut. I'm going to send a telegram to Uncle Charlie. She goes to the telegram office. There's a telegram there waiting for her from Uncle Charlie saying, hey, I'm on my way. Give Charlie a kiss for me, because Charlotte is his favorite niece, as well as him being her favorite uncle. This is psychic. They have a psychic link. It is not... it's implied in that no one uses the word psychic. Though she does, I take that back. She talks to, when she gets that telegram, she talks to the woman at the telegram station and is like, you ever think about telepathy? I think some people, they just have a connection and their brains are connected and they can communicate each other from Miles and Miles. And the telegraph office woman is very funny. And she's just sort of like, I always just send it by wire. But like, so this is a movie that has telepathy in it, in a really fascinating, strange, kind of under-remarked way. You would think once you introduce psychic powers, that becomes what your whole movie is about, because that is the most interesting thing happening. The psychic connection between Charlotte and Charlie is just kind of like simmering in the background in this like really fascinating way. He is the Merry Widow murderer, and there is a piece of classical music called the Merry Widow Waltz, and she looks at him and she gets that song stuck in her head, and he instantly knows that she's thinking about the Merry Widow Waltz because she looked at him and saw the Merry Widow murderer, and he is instantly like sort of sweating it out, where he's just sort of like, oh gee, like she's onto me already. I don't know how, but she's onto me. So like there are psychic things happening in this movie. This is part of what makes it feel kind of like that next level of bizarre and strange and exciting, the way the Birds can feel. Like there's a feeling of psychic powers in the Birds, right? There's like what is happening feels like it is not disconnected from the human story. It feels like an extension of the human story, but like it also feels like somehow the human story is a cause and effect thing, and it caused it, and you don't exactly know why. And so it has that same sort of shimmering like background feel of like maybe there's some sort of fucking paranormal thing going on in this movie. Shadow of a Doubt has that paranormal vibe that the Birds does. So anyway, Uncle Charlie shows up. He is a rich man. He is gregarious. He is the most interesting person anyone in this family's ever met. And when you see Patricia Collins see her brother for the first time, she is so excited and so moved and touched, and she doesn't know what to do with herself. And she just like, whenever she is in Charlie's presence, she is just sort of like basking in nostalgia of their childhood. And she's like, you get the feeling that she doesn't really have an actual, real, strong human connection with anyone else in the world except Charlie. And that this is a thing that she didn't even know she had been denied until she sees him again. It's fucking heart-melting. It's so beautiful. Everyone is so excited to see Charlie. He has all these really expensive presents. When I say that Henry Travers as Charlotte's father, it sort of exists in a very small, unambitious world. He is given a wristwatch, and he's like, "Oh, a wristwatch! I've never had a wristwatch before." People at the bank will think I'm a real sport. Like he is absolutely like, this is going to change my status. This wristwatch, it never would have occurred to me to have one. Charlotte gets given a gift as well, but she's so overwhelmed with excitement, and this is where I have to say, Teresa Wright, I don't know if this is a name that you know. She was a very big deal right at the start of her Hollywood career, but she's not one of these 40s actresses that sort of gets brought up a lot in terms of like the great movie stars of the past. I don't know a lot about her career, but I do know, if you look up her filmography, her first film, The Little Foxes, directed by William fucking Wyler. She was nominated for an Academy Award for Best Actress. That was 1941. 1942, Mrs. Miniver, directed by William Wyler. That movie won Best Picture. She won Best Supporting Actress. 1942 also saw her in The Pride of the Yankees. That one's directed by Sam Wood, not necessarily one of the all-time great filmmakers, but he was a big name, and she, in fact, got nominated for Best Actress. So, at a very young age, she was born in 1918. So by the time you get to, so she is like under 25. She has been nominated for 3 Academy Awards, and she won one of them. Her first 3 film roles, really, really big deal. Really interesting person. I was looking up Teresa Wright. Teresa Wright knew what Hollywood did with their ingenues. And so like part of her contract was like, I'm not going to be photographed in any publicity photos where I'm wearing a bathing suit. I'm not going to be photographed in any publicity photos where I'm playing with a goddamn poodle. I'm not going to be, wearing an apron and baking in a kitchen. I am an actor. I am an artist. And I am not going to be just another pretty face that you sell to the celebrity magazines. It's a very interesting character, Teresa Wright. She has so she's a great actor, and she has like real intelligence and real intensity. But when Uncle Charlie first shows up, and then a couple other times throughout the movie, she has the most pure, most innocent, most unguarded expressions of joy you have ever fucking seen. And so like parts of this movie, so this came out in 1943. She's born in 1918. So she's 25, right? So she's like 24, 25 when she makes this movie. And there are parts of this movie, especially later, where she feels 24, 25. There are parts of this movie you're looking at her and you think she's fucking 15. Like you think she's 14. Like she has like this really shimmering, pure, childlike innocence that that can be switched out for this intensity, this darkness, this fear, this suffering, this dread. But when Charlie shows up, she's so overwhelmed by him that she flees to the kitchen. He corners her in the kitchen. He's like, by the way, I got you the best gift because you're my favorite. And he gives her an emerald ring, and she is admiring it, and she's looking at the band, and she's like, oh, you even had it engraved. He's like, well, I didn't, but I'll be happy to if you want it engraved. No, she goes, no, look, it's a little faint, but it's still there. This is already engraved. And Charlie's, he's starting to sweat a little bit, but he's just sort of like, well, that jeweler, he tricked me. He sold me a used ring and told me it was new. But Charlotte's like, oh, no, I love it. It builds character. But she says, she looks at him and she says, I think something that me and you share is that there's some things, there's like a depth to you. There are things about you that no one knows and no one can touch. And I have that too. And I think, and this feeling of like a hidden place inside you where the real you lives, and an anxiety about letting it out. I think that is probably very true for serial killers and sociopaths. I think that is also true of, especially when you are young and still kind of an egomaniac. I just think the everyday banality and cruelty of the world kind of beats a lot of the ego out of you. This is my experience of growing up, is like when I was 17, I was a little egomaniac who was like, I'm fucking genius and brilliant and so interesting. I'm so much more interesting than everyone around me. Isn't that weird? Isn't that strange? I'm probably going to have to move to Hollywood. What am I going to do? When I get my first Academy Award, I'll make sure that my just absolutely unhinged, because you're a teenager, you're an idiot. It's fine. But she has this, I think she is sort of an interesting, complicated character, but I think she is mistaking. She has psychically picked up on a little pocket of his memory palace that he is psychically blocking her from entering, that he won't let her touch. And she is sort of like conflating it with her 18-year-old, I'm a very special person. I'm the only person in this family who knows what real life is really like, kind of egomania. It's like very cute. It's very sunny. It's very innocent and nice, but then immediately Uncle Charlie sees an article in the newspaper that upsets him. We don't get to see the article in the newspaper. We can at this point we don't know anything about the Merry Widow murderers, even though Charlotte has already started to hum the Merry Widow waltz. And then this is where we get to the real fucking Lynchian shit. This is where we get to the shit that is Mulholland Drive, which is the opening credits of this movie is a shot. They play over a shot of, and it looks like 1890, though, because it's Santa Rosa, it could be 1943. A shot of these people, these elegant people in a ballroom, all ballroom dancing with each other to the Merry Widow waltz. And then for the rest of the movie, Alfred Hitchcock will just, and so like that's the opening of the movie, is opening credits. There's these dancing people behind it, the title Shadow of a Doubt. There's no real obvious connection, but we watch the movie and we go, okay, I guess we'll understand at some point what these dancing people are. That is not a scene from later in the movie. That's not like a plot point. Ballroom dancing is not mentioned in this movie at all. it is an expression of this innocence that is this past that is more naive and carefree. And every time she gets the Merry Widow waltz stuck in her head, a couple strategic times throughout the movie, sometimes when she first gets it stuck in her head in that kitchen scene, there is a double exposure of the footage we saw in the opening credits of these ballroom dancers. And it's totally unexplained. And it's just, we just go to the next scene. But there's just sort of like this very strange, very forceful, very expressionist, ballroom dancing double exposure when she has the Merry Widow waltz stuck in her head. She doesn't know why. And we get that a couple more times. And it is so David Lynch to me. It is so, I forget, I'm not a David Lynch devotee. He's an incredible artist who makes films that I have very mixed feelings about most of the time. But like, he will do a thing, like I think Wild at Heart has some of this as well, where he will sort of like crossfade between two images as a matter of pure expression. He is not really communicating anything about plot, story, or character. He is just sort of expressing mood by doing this kind of double exposure. And so when I watched Shadow of a Doubt and these fucking ballroom dancers kept showing up, I was losing my mind because I was like, oh my God, it's like a fucking David Lynch movie. And that with the sort of uncommented psychic stuff in this movie really gives this a very strange vibe. It's very dreamy and weird. And then that, on top of that, we have this incredible Teresa Wright performance where she is smitten with her Uncle Charlie. And because sometimes she feels like she's 14 and sometimes she feels like she's 25, you look at her, look at him, and you can't fucking quite tell how incestual it is. You know it's incest. You know it's incest. You know that she is erotically fixated on her Uncle Charlie, but you don't know how strong it is. You don't know how aware of it she is. You don't know how aware of it he is. There's just like a few moments here and there where they have like close contact and he's very familiar in how he touches her, never like inappropriately, touching her someplace where but like just like being very close and like lightly touching her face when saying a line, stuff like that you have this really heavy incest vibe. And then it's this sort of like, if Uncle Charlie has a secret locked away inside of him, and then she has a secret locked away inside of her that can't be expressed in a 1943 Hollywood film, it's like, has incest happened in the past? What were her previous experiences with Uncle Charlie even like? Like, we know that he hasn't been around for a while. How many times has he actually been in her life, and why is he this person she is fixated on? And it's like, is there a suggestion possibly of some sort of sexual misconduct on Uncle Charlie's part that she has suppressed and does not remember? But like, it's sort of nagging at her subconscious nonetheless. I don't know. Like, I don't think this is a movie about that. This isn't a movie about Uncle Charlie as a sexual predator. Uncle Charlie seems to not really have any sexual desires at all. He hates women. He has a long speech about, like, he has a long misogynist speech about like how women are like fucking disgusting, and that like, like old fat rich women have it coming. And like, it's insane. Like, so he is not a guy who is like seducing and then fucking and killing a woman, and like the fucking and killing are the same thing because he's erotically driven to kill. He is just a sociopath who doesn't want to work, and he thinks, and he's good looking. And so seducing and killing rich widows is really the easiest path there, is the feel. So it's not a movie that is like really about sexual trauma, but it's just, there's just enough of a hint of it that you go, oh, and then the psychic thing, and then the double exposures, and the fact that there's this serial killer living with this like super wholesome family, and the dichotomy between the opening of the movie that is so 1943 literal newsreel footage. This is what it is like in urban environments right now as you sit in this theater. And Santa Rosa, which feels like it just emerged fully formed from someone's nostalgic dream and isn't even a real place, except that all the location filming is stunning and beautiful. All of these fascinating tensions are happening. And when I say this movie is great, and when I say this movie is so fascinating. It's not really about any one thing it does extremely well. Like the 39 Steps is like a sort of perfect thriller. Every moment, every plot point, the way each scene leads to the next, all the visual ideas, all the gags, everything about the 39 Steps is just like, what a perfectly constructed thriller. Shadow of a Doubt is kind of shoddily constructed in some ways, and I'm about to talk about those. As a thriller, as a way of sort of making the audience clutch their seats and drawing tension out of this scenario, it stumbles a bit. Like, it's not entirely unsuccessful. Like, some of the scenes are exciting, but a lot of them kind of don't work quite as well. But you're just so fucking in these characters' emotional lives, and it's so strange and it's so unsettling and so unlike anything you've ever seen before that you like it just gets under your skin in a way that none of his films up to this point, even the ones that for me are truly emotional, which I think going forward from here, he is going to be more successful in making films that have like real emotional heft. Like I think Rear Window and Psycho and the Birds. I really feel for those characters in a way I don't really feel for the characters in a Foreign Correspondent. Like I think Rebecca, I really feel for those characters. But for the most part, Alfred Hitchcock's career up to this point, I think I talked about this a bit with Suspicion. I talked about how like the thing about an Alfred Hitchcock movie is that you understand characters' motivations, but you don't feel them. It's just sort of this like gap in psychology. It's sort of this gap in empathy almost. As you, the viewer, watches these movies where you find the characters interesting, but you don't like connect to them emotionally. That is an experience I've had a lot up to this point, 1943 in his filmmaking career. And in this, you're just fucking in it. You're just wallowing in it. Because everybody, whether they're comic relief, let me tell you about a little man named Hume fucking Cronin. Hume Cronin, talk about his first film, Shadow of a Doubt. Hume Cronin's first film. He would go on to be in a bunch of movies. What is he most famous for, I wonder? He has such a great face. Let me look this up here. Brute Force. I don't know why Hume Cronin is famous, but he is a guy that as soon as I saw him, I've seen, I really like Brute Force. Maybe it's from Brute Force. I couldn't quite place it, but Hume Cronin plays the next door neighbor. And when I talked about Chili Finger and Sean Astin being like this really, really perfect study of a 50-year-old dork, Henry Travers and Hume Cronin are best friends in this movie, and they are dorks, and their hyperfixation, their special interest is true crime. It's murder. It's mystery stories. It's detective stories, and it's actual stories of murder. In real life. These are all things that Alfred Hitchcock adores and loves, and so they are as a piece of comic relief. Hume Cronin keeps entering this movie and sort of giving a obligatory, oh, hi, hello, how's everybody doing to the family. And then like sort of grabbing Henry Travers and pulling him aside and being like, by the way, I thought of the perfect way to murder someone. And like at some point, I think he's referring to Hercule Poirot. He goes, that little Frenchman has them all beat. You can talk all you want about Sherlock Holmes, but that little Frenchman has them all beat. And I think he is talking about reading an Agatha Christie story with Poirot in it. But even though Poirot is Belgian and not French, I think that's what that's a reference to. But like they are so goddamn cute together. And Hume Cronin is this like perfect fucking dork. He is such like if nerds existed in 1943, this is how they existed. I don't know if nerds as like a cultural concept existed in 1943. I don't know when that word comes up. I know the origin of geek, biting the heads off chickens or whatever. I don't know when geek goes on to refer to like a guy in a computer room. But like if there were nerds in 1943, they were Hume Cronin in Shadow of a Doubt. And you just absolutely every scene, and none of it adds like shit to the plot at all. And for a certain point, so later on, Charlotte discovers her Uncle Charlie is the murderer, and Uncle Charlie starts trying to come up with ways to bump her off that look like an accident. And I thought while I was watching these sequences between Hume Cronin and Henry Travers, where they're doing their little murder club, where they're just talking about the murder stories they read or the perfect murder ideas, I thought that was going to tie into where Joseph Cotton gets his ideas to bump off Charlotte. That is not where it goes. It's like totally fucking separate. It is just comic relief. It is just something that Alfred Hitchcock thought would be fun, and he was right. And it is something that sort of builds out these people. And it's like, even if their world is small, even if they're silly, even if they're boring, they are still real people that you care about. Fucking incredible. Hume Cronin is so good at this movie. He has the most pedantic way of speaking. And you get the feeling that he lives, he is like a man in his late 40s who lives with his mother. He may or may not be gay, but he definitely is never getting fucking married because he is who he is. And so his entire social life is built around bothering this family next door so that he can talk about murders with the patriarch. It's so fucking cute. So you're just sort of like wallowing in all this frisson, and it's just like there's so much interesting stuff happening, and the way it all collides with each other, like the heavy shadows and the stunning camera movements and the vibes of incest and the psychic powers and the serial killer and the double exposed dancing women and the way that clashes up with the comic relief characters of the family and Hume Cronin and all that. Like it's such a fascinating experience. This is the point, though, in the movie where it also needs to be a thriller, and Alfred Hitchcock has done better. This is a example, I think maybe Rich and Strange is one of these two, where Alfred Hitchcock gets so absorbed with being clever, with like thinking of a good idea, that he overcomplicates something and then he ends up fucking up basic plotting. So Uncle Charlie, he settled into the house, and he is informed, by the way, the census is going to come and interview the family. They're not the census. This is, okay, the two detectives who were shadowing him outside of that Jersey City scuzzy apartment have come to Santa Rosa because like the way the landlady comes in and Uncle Charlie's on the bed and says, these two men were looking for you. His sister comes in while he's lying in bed to give him breakfast in bed because she's just doting on him. He's the baby brother and she loves him. And she's like, by the way, there were two men who are going to come over because they're trying to get a portrait of like a perfect of like an average American family. And the idea is the census. I don't know when the U.S. Census started. I don't know if this is an actual thing or a thing that these two detectives made up. But basically, the detectives' entire plan is they need to get a photograph of Uncle Charlie because someone was a witness to the Merry Widow murders. And if the witness can ID him through a photo, this guy who we haven't seen him yet, but because of circumstances that the audience is not privy to, we know that he's the guy, or we suspect he's the guy. We have to get a photo of him. What they could do is just wait outside the fucking house and then take a photo of him when he comes out. They could do that. Instead, they come up with this super elaborate plan where they're like pretending to interview the family, and it eats up like 12 minutes of screen time. And the only thing it accomplishes is they get a photo of Joseph Cotton, and he sees it. He gets very mad. He demands the film, and they give him a dummy roll of film, and they keep the real film with the photo of him that they took. So like they end up getting a picture of him, and that moves forward the plot where they confirm, by the way, he's the killer. The other thing it does is it introduces Charlotte to Detective Jack Graham, and they fall madly in love, I guess, which that doesn't fucking work. It's just like, you just don't buy it at all. He's kind of boring. He's kind of like, what if Farley Granger had no juice? That's kind of the MacDonald Cary. I'm sure MacDonald Cary was a very fine man. Maybe he was a great actor. In this movie, he's like, what if Farley Granger had no juice? So we spend like 10, 11 minutes of the movie just kind of killing time with this like fake plan of a fake census and this whole thing about the mother. She's going to bake the cake, but they want a picture of a certain thing. And she's like, but I can't bake the cake that way. And she like, it's very dumb and it just doesn't work. And it just feels like everything that was interesting about the movie has fucking stopped dead to just accomplish two things, which is detective meets Charlotte and they get a picture of Joseph Cotton, which you could have done that in 15 seconds if you just wrote a different scene, but instead it gets drawn out. And this is a thing again and again in this movie. When it comes time to do the thriller parts, to do the plot mechanics, I wonder if maybe Thorton Wilder was bad at this, but Alfred Hitchcock loved Thornton Wilder. And so rather than vetoing his bad ideas, he just went with them. I don't know. So Alfred Hitchcock is capable of fucking this up as well. But generally speaking, this is the thing that you think of as being Alfred Hitchcock's bread and butter. He's usually very good at this. But, for every Foreign Correspondent, there's a Rich and Strange where none of it fucking works. And he just gets too clever. And then, so like later on in the movie, when Uncle Charlie realizes that Charlotte knows that he's the killer and she is, basically threatening to tell on him if he doesn't leave town, he starts trying to come up with ways to accidentally kill her that feel so weird and elaborate and half-baked, and like it's like a Wile E. Coyote thing where like he'll peek around a corner and then she'll like step on a stair that breaks because he loosened it, and it's just like, okay, well, did he fucking sit on the back stairs where anyone could see him and just like saw at this wooden stair for 15 minutes until it was like just weak enough to break when someone stepped on it, and then just hope Charlotte was the next one to step on it? Like, that doesn't make any goddamn sense. And then later on he's like, oh, I left something in the car. Can you go get it? And like the car's running in the garage, and she goes into the garage and then he locks her in while she's trying to find the key to turn the car off. But the entire garage is filled with smoke. So the idea that she would like walk into it and then go deeper to turn the car off rather than like run out and say, hey, you left the car on, Uncle Charlie, or anything like that. And like she would get trapped in there. Like it's too laborious. There's just like a lot in this movie that just feels really laborious. The romance between the detective and her feels laborious. I think Alfred Hitchcock did admit later in interviews that like, yeah, that was just like a concession. A studio wants some sort of romantic angle. You need to have some sort of romantic angle so you can have a final image that the audience leaves on a happy ending. And so I kind of forced that in there. It doesn't work. And so all of the things that are good about the movie stay good. Like, it's shot fucking incredibly. There's just there's this absolutely insane shot where Charlie is on the porch. Charlotte walks up to him. She's about to say something to him. And then Hume Cronin and Henry Travers come around the corner and they're like, oh, did you hear on the radio? They caught the Merry Widow killer, or they almost caught him. They chased him and he went to an airport and he got cut up in an airplane propeller and died. And there's like a very funny line where it's like, that's just about the best ending I could ever write. And Joseph Cotton's absolutely fucking elated because the cops think they had their man and the man's dead, so they can't be disproven that they thought they had their man. Case closed. No one's going to be after him anymore. And he, Charlotte's about to say something to him, and he's just sort of like, yeah, that's not a factor anymore. Cops aren't after me. I'm living a whole new life now. He goes, I got a great appetite. I'm going to go in for dinner. And then the camera follows him. And this was shot on location, but most of the movie's interiors are shot on sound stages, which is, even still, that's often how you do it. But certainly in 1940s, that's how you would do interiors. You're not necessarily trying to like get someone's family home and light it properly and fit all the film equipment in there. You are just going to build a set, but all the exteriors are on location. So there's a dichotomy there where you don't get but in this shot, we go from outside the house and the camera pushes in with Uncle Charlie very energetically, and he's bounding up the stairs. And he is absolutely elated that he's no longer being chased by these detectives. And he turns back And then Charlotte is there in the doorway looking at him, and she's like, but I still know the truth. And there's this long shadow. It's like one of the most incredible shots. And again, I haven't talked about this in a while, but Alfred Hitchcock and stairs, creepy, dramatic, unsettling things happen with Alfred Hitchcock and stairs. And this is one of the great Alfred Hitchcock stairs moments. So anyway, Uncle Charlie hanging out with the family or whatever. Charlotte sees that he tore out this newspaper article about the Merry Widow murderer. She doesn't know why he did it. And then later on, I forget what tips her off, but basically she suspects Uncle Charlie and suspects something is bad and off with him and doesn't know what, but knows that article ripped out is key. So she runs to the library and she gets in just before they close, and she has to like run to the rack of periodicals, and she grabs that day's newspaper and she looks, and then Alfred Hitchcock, the former silent film sub-intertitle maker, like that was his start in the career. I talked about this in the first episode, possibly the second episode of Dial P for podcast, but like Alfred Hitchcock has a strong belief in the power of text on film. He thinks if you just see a word on film, it's very exciting. I don't think I talked about this moment in Saboteur because I don't think it works at all, but there's a moment where the hero is trying to signal to the female lead that they are in danger without letting the other people in the scene know that he is signaling it to her. And so he just like walks up to a bookcase and starts thumbing a book that says escape. And like the camera and he never says the word escape. The camera just pushes in to a close up of the book spine and the word escape. And Alfred Hitchcock has real belief in the power of written word on screen, which is just like a very interesting thing about him. And something I've actually thought about a lot is that like, I think people underestimate how powerful text is when it is just on screen, and it can sort of do a lot of heavy lifting for you if utilized correctly. And she gets the article, and then we just get the music absolutely exploding into this melodramatic, very tragic string version of the Merry Widow waltz as the camera pans down this news article about how the Merry Widow murderer is still on the loose and detectives are after him, and he was last seen in the East Coast, and his last victim had the same initials as the ring that she has on, and that's when she knows. And she goes to sleep for like fucking 14 hours after that, and she's all fucked up. Uncle Charlie has a crazy speech. This is part of like, if the entire movie didn't get bogged down in sort of laborious, clunky, like plotting of like the romance between the detective and the detective plot and everything, if it all stayed in like a heightened, irrational, sort of crazy universe, it's kind of a thing, I think this could work better. But as is, Uncle Charlie is constantly saying shit that would be so strange and off-putting and upsetting to any person, let alone the gentle, sweet people of this tiny town of Santa Rosa who are nothing but innocent and naive. And he is saying like some of the most horrible, shocking shit, and none of them ever react to him. And it never quite makes sense, but he has this incredible speech. He has two back-to-back, but the first speech is when he's talking about being in the cities. This is after Charlotte has sort of discovered him, and it's almost him taunting Charlotte. It's almost him sort of explaining himself to her as by way of making conversation at the dinner table. He goes, "The cities are full of women, middle-aged widows, husbands dead, husbands who spent their lives making fortunes, working and working. And when they die and leave their money to their wives, their silly wives. And what do the wives do, these useless women? You see them in the hotels, the best hotels, every day by the thousands, drinking their money, eating their money, losing the money at bridge, playing all day and all night, smelling of money, proud of their jewelry but of nothing else. Horrible, faded, fat, greedy women." And then this is all done in profile, in like a close-up. I think the camera might be pushing in on him as he's giving this like fucking crazy speech. Like if I said this shit at dinner in 2026, my family would be like, "God damn, Patrick, what's wrong with you?" The idea that he's saying this in Santa Rosa in 1943 and everyone's like, "Oh, Uncle Charlie, you're so funny." It just doesn't quite click in a way that like if the whole movie was irrational, it would work better. But because you have the sort of like very clunky, laborious plotting of the thriller plot. It just seems silly and weird. But anyway, this whole shot is like sort of pushing into his face in profile. And then you just hear Charlotte off screen go, but they're alive. They're human beings. And then he turns right to the camera and he looks at us in the audience and he goes, are they? Are they, Charlie? Are they human or are they fat, wheezing animals? And what happens to animals when they get too fat and old? And it's just like this is his nihilist sociopathic philosophy. To the extent that he has a philosophy, he seems to think that what he does is fine and is in fact doing the world a favor because the world's better off without them. There's, you want to talk about other Joseph Cotten performances? There's a little bit of Harry Lime. Not that Joseph Cotten is Harry Lime, but Harry Lime is in The Third Man, starring Joseph Cotten, played by Orson Welles, obviously, in The Third Man. Maybe you don't know. If you haven't seen The Third Man, go ahead, see it. It's fucking the best movie ever. But obviously, one of the most famous parts of The Third Man is that Harry Lime speech when he's, they're up on the Ferris wheel and they're looking down at all the people from, 100 feet up. And he's like, look at all those little ants down there. Look at all those little dots down there. If one of them were to stop moving, you think the world would really change? That is a better speech, but it's still a very powerful speech. And Joseph Cotten, he has this conviction to him, but there's also something like just a little bit unsettled and dangerous. He's not very smug about it, really. So she runs off and he's like, oh, she's upset about something. I'll track her down. And that's when they have their confrontation in this bar. Also in this bar, like really fucking crazy. This is another one of those like, what am I watching? What is happening right now? This movie is so strange. Moments. They go down to this seedy bar, the kind of bar, it's like, it's almost like just a little squared off section of Santa Rosa is 1943. It's the bar in It's a Wonderful Life, in the reality where Jimmy Stewart never lived, and they go to that terrible bar and there's drunks there. Oh my God, that's the worst thing that could happen. I don't like It's a Wonderful Life very much. So it's like that kind of bar. It's a seedy bar. And Charlotte's former classmate is working there and she has no affect and she is absolutely dead inside. And she is almost like this phantom of like what could happen to Charlotte if she doesn't do something with her life and she just stays in the small town. I think the implication is that Charlotte has more money than her friend here, but her friend is their waitress and she's so fucking funny and strange. And it is supposed to be the big frightening confrontation between Uncle Charlie and Charlotte, and then you just have this character come in who is absolutely unhinged, and like at a certain point Charlotte takes off the ring and like puts it on the table to give back to Uncle Charlie because she's so disgusted by it. And that's when her waitress friend comes back and is just like, look at that real emerald, don't even have to ask, you can tell. I'd do just about anything for a ring like that. I'd kill for a ring like that. Yep, I'd surely kill for a ring like that. It's so funny. It's so strange. And it's like just interrupting the confrontation that we are dying for. It's that classic, in the 39 Steps when he's on the train and he is trying to read the guy's newspaper to see if there's any news about him being on the run. And the guy with the newspaper just keeps delaying it and drawing it out more and more with just this fucking crazy, hilarious bullshit. It's like that. It's such a fucking good scene. But then Uncle Charlie gets his second speech. And he says, you think you know something, don't you? You think you're the clever little girl who knows something. There's so much you don't know, so much. What do you know, really? You're just an ordinary little girl living in an ordinary little town. You wake up every morning of your life and you know perfectly well that there's nothing in the world to trouble you. You go through your ordinary little day, and at night you sleep your untroubled, ordinary little sleep filled with peaceful, stupid dreams. And I brought you nightmares. Or did I? Or was it a silly, inexpert little lie? You live in a dream. You're a sleepwalker, blind. How do you know what the world is? Do you know the world is a foul sty? Do you know if you rip the fronts off... Do you know if you rip off the fronts of houses, you'd find swine? The world's a hell. What does it matter what happens in it? Wake up, Charlie. Use your wits. Learn something. Woo! Was that Thorton Wilder? I think that might have been Thornton Wilder. Oh, it is 90 degrees in this apartment, but I feel my blood boiling for a different reason. That is such a fucking good speech. I have seen people take the factoid that Shadow of a Doubt was Alfred Hitchcock's favorite film that he ever made. I've seen people take that information, which is semi-true, and run with it into this speech right there that Uncle Charlie gives. That's Alfred Hitchcock's philosophy. I don't think that's true. I think it's a little less true than Shadow of a Doubt being his favorite film. I think it's maybe a little partially true. I think when Alfred Hitchcock says, there's so much you don't, when Uncle Charlie says, there's so much you don't know, what do you know really? You're just an ordinary little girl living in an ordinary little town. You wake up every morning of your life and you know perfectly well that there's nothing in the world to trouble you. You go through your ordinary little day, and at night you sleep your untroubled, ordinary little sleep filled with peaceful, stupid dreams. And I brought you nightmares. I think that we talked about this with The Man Who Knew Too Much. The idea, the way Guillermo del Toro phrased it is this very Catholic idea of like, I wish I remembered the exact line. I wrote it down for that episode. I can't remember it now, but Guillermo del Toro basically says that like being stuck in a thriller murder plot is the penance that you pay for taking life for granted. Is like you are a rich, upper class, frivolous person, and then your daughter gets kidnapped, and now you know what the real world is like. And that obviously dovetails into Alfred Hitchcock's pro-interventionist messages. And now, I know I keep beating this hammer against this anvil. I don't know where I was going with that metaphor. I know I keep ringing this bell. There you go. I know I keep ringing this bell. I know I keep talking about how all these movies, even after World War II has already started, and there's no need for pro-interventionist propaganda anymore, I know that I am possibly overstating how much of Alfred Hitchcock's anxiety about the world and the political situation of Europe in the 30s and 40s, inspires these films. I wonder why. I wonder why the ascent of fascism is the thing that I'm latching onto in this moment as I do this project. Who could say, really? Why? I mean, I am reading the New York Times headlines every time I record one of these, so maybe you've caught on a little bit about how that anxiety is in fact my anxiety. So I know that I maybe overstate how important that factor is for some of these films. That said, I think that speech Uncle Charlie gives, I don't think that Alfred Hitchcock thinks the world is a hell. I don't think Alfred Hitchcock was a nihilist. I think he had a complicated morality, let's say. I think he was a Catholic, and I think he struggled with his Catholicism, but that didn't mean that he wasn't a Catholic and that he didn't believe fundamentally in good and evil. I think if you try to pitch that speech as like, this is it's the Scientology episode of South Park Scientology episode of South Park where they're laying out the beliefs of Scientology, and then there's just sort of like a little warning text on the bottom of the screen that says this is what Scientologists actually believe. I don't think that there should be a little warning text on the bottom of the screen when Joseph Cotten is talking that says this is what Alfred Hitchcock actually believes. I don't think that's what he's doing. But I do think that part of the thing that excites him about murder, about crime, about the darker side of humanity, about making these movies again and again that are about the things that people don't want to acknowledge and don't want to see. I think that he is frustrated by the complacency of the world, and he's frustrated by how much of the world lives in denial and how much of our lives are dictated by random cruelties of fate. I think Alfred Hitchcock, after this movie is made, I think the movie is done before, but like Alfred Hitchcock's mother and brother are about to die in rapid succession. He has not seen his mother in years now because he can't go back to England because they're at war, and he can't get his mother to come over to America. Actually, I think he did make one trip to England. That's when he bought the rights to the lodger and stuff. So he's seen his mother in like the past year or two. But like he was close to his mother, or he had an intense, complicated relationship with his mother. Let's say that like the other thing people know about Alfred Hitchcock is that he has a mother thing. I think I think that also is more complicated than it gets flattened into. I think often mommy issues, daddy issues are phrases that people on the internet feel really, really confident and really smug in saying. They love to say, oh, Steven Spielberg, daddy issues, blah, blah, blah. Like they love to sort of minimize an artist by saying, well, and then there are those mommy issues again. There are those daddy issues again. In kind of like a weird smug way, like we don't all have fucked up relationships with our parents. I don't know. Maybe there are people out there who are very close to their parents or whatever, and they got through their entire lives without any scars from being raised by other human beings who have different brains and beliefs and histories and they're like, I don't know. Like, I think generally speaking, we're all scarred by childhood. We all have mommy issues. We all have daddy issues because we all struggle with what we had to do to become our own people and what that meant. And part of that meant defining ourselves with or against them in ways that were complicated or whatever. So like we all have fucking issues like that or whatever. And I don't think it is as simple as like, oh yeah, every mother in every Alfred Hitchcock movie is a fucking monster. Like I think we've seen plenty of mothers at this point who weren't that. And Mrs. What's her name in this movie is not a monster by any means. She's a very sweet woman. She's a very frustrating woman. Emma, played by Patricia Collinge. I think for Charlotte, especially once Charlotte is in this situation where her Uncle Charlie is a murderer and her mother is so fucking happy that Uncle Charlie is here and so obsessed with him and like has found something that she thought she lost, and that makes Charlotte's duty of reporting Uncle Charlie or not reporting Uncle Charlie a million times more complicated. I think she's a very frustrating woman. But like there is a dignity there. And I think a lesser actor would probably not have found that dignity, but I think Patricia Collinge, like everyone in this movie, is so fucking good that you really feel that dignity. So, anyway, they have their confrontation. She runs off. It is not resolved. She basically says, I'm not going to report you to the cops because that would kill my mother, but you have to leave. And then we begin our little, like, Wile E. Coyote shit of the broken stair and the garage and whatnot. Though, when she is finally pulled out of the garage after having almost asphyxiated, and Uncle Charlie gets in close to her, she whispers so only he can hear, "Leave! Get out! Get out, leave right now, leave." And that is when Teresa Wright has the most intense, hateful, like this is why Teresa Wright is such a fucking good actor. She did not get nominated for this movie. This movie broke her streak. She was on a crazy streak of getting nominated for Academy Awards every time she made a movie. And then Alfred Hitchcock came into her life and that ended. But she's fucking awesome in this movie. And like, again, that like sweet, bubbly 14-year-old innocence that you see sometimes completely gone when you just see the fucking hate in her eyes for her uncle who almost just fucking killed her. And rather than whimper, rather than be scared, rather than cry, she just looks at him and through gritted teeth is like, "Get out, leave." Oh, it's so good. Also, that moment happened that I talked about earlier where the detectives say, well, we're not going to be chasing after your Uncle Charlie anymore because the real killer got chopped into bits by an airplane propeller, like a fucking like gag in an Itchy and Scratchy cartoon or Mad Magazine, or I guess more Mad Magazine. I could think of Don, what's his name with the big noses. I could see him drawing someone getting chopped to. I think there's a Spy vs. Spy, in fact, where someone is chopped to bits by an airplane propeller. Spy vs. Spy, they would like blow up and they'd be like chopped to bits. And that's for whatever reason when that scene happened in Shadow of a Doubt and they're describing the killer running into an airplane propeller, I just imagine a Spy vs. Spy. What is Mad Magazine? Don Martin. Thank you, Don Martin. I just saw a Don Martin illustration in my head when that happened. So, anyway, the detective is like, by the way, I'm not going to be in Santa Rosa for too much longer, but I think I'm coming back because I want to marry you. They've had 3 conversations. They've had 2.5 conversations. They may have had 1.5 conversation, but this fucking detective's like, I'm going to marry you. And this is the scene that was rewritten by what's her name, Patricia Collins. So God knows what that scene was like before, because it's not very good. But good for her for stepping up and writing the scene or whatever. It just doesn't work. None of the fucking romance works. Eventually, after being almost asphyxiated, there's going to be there's like a big gala in her uncle's honor. This is another fascinating thing about this movie, is that this town loves Uncle Charlie in ways that I feel like you could have explored it more. Like, say if you didn't waste 11 minutes of screen time on a fake census, you could have had maybe a scene or 2 of Uncle Charlie interacting with more people in the town. But like, you get this vibe that like Uncle Charlie is the greatest thing that ever happened to Santa Rosa. And down in the living room, they're all having champagne, toasting to Uncle Charlie after he comes back from giving this little speech at this dinner in his honor that Charlotte had to miss because she almost choked to death in the train. She comes down the stairs, absolutely insane shot, Alfred Hitchcock, pushing the camera in from a long shot of her on the stairs all the way into her hand sliding down the banister, the camera pushing in and tracking with her hand. I can't imagine how, like, whoever was pulling focus, whoever was operating the camera, give them $7 million each, because it's fucking insane, this shot. Camera pushes in, tracking on the ring, the emerald ring on her hand, her implicit threat to Charlie. I'm gonna fucking, you're done. This little ceasefire that we thought we had, you broke it, and I'm going to ruin you if you don't get the fuck out. And so instantly he sees it and he says, I was just about to toast and say that I'm leaving. There's a widow. Another like sort of underdeveloped subplot is that there is a widow in Santa Rosa that is like, as soon as she sees Uncle Charlie at the bank, she's like, I want a piece of that. Joseph Cotton, you're so goddamn hot. There's also a very funny recurring thing where Charlotte keeps being seen with like handsome men. At first she's like walking down the street with her Uncle Charlie, and people think that they are like that's her new lover or something, or like a guy that's courting her, because it's 1890 in Santa Rosa. So it's like they're like looking at her and they're like, hey, Charlotte, not bad. He's got some nice duds. He's clearly got some money. He's very handsome. And they're walking, because Uncle Charlie has not been in town in forever, so they don't recognize him. And her like classmates are kind of like looking him over and looking her over and giving her a little look. And then later on, when she sees this detective who's like Farley Granger with no energy, she's like, oh, I want a piece of that. So he asks her out, which is a guise to sort of break to her, by the way, I'm a detective. I think your uncle is a killer, and I think you can help us catch him. He takes her out on a date, basically, and she cancels her plans with her friend to go on this date, and then she runs into that friend on the street, and it's the same friend who saw her with Uncle Charlie the day before. So it's like, oh man, Charlotte's getting around. And then so there is this like, every time Charlotte is observed by someone in the town, they just look at her like she's so strange, like the telegraph woman at the beginning of the movie as well, now that I think about it. So you just get this like very good subtle plotting of like, and Charlotte doesn't quite fit in. Or at least she's starting to not fit in. She's starting to be a little odd. Remember in Valley Girl when they're like, why do we always hang out in the valley? And then her friends look at her like, are you insane? Leave the valley. That's kind of like where she is at, where she is like well-liked and popular, but she's starting, now that she is graduated from high school, she's starting to like realize that maybe she's not like all these other people. That's a fun little gimmick or whatever. Uncle Charlie leaves by train and it's like, by the way, Charlotte, you should come with me real quick. I want to say goodbye to you. He tries to throw her off a train in like a weird scene. She throws him off a train. It's like the way it's staged. It's okay. It's not bad. There's like really, really good close-ups of Teresa Wright's face as he's like holding his hand over her mouth so she can't scream. And she's watching the track go faster and faster as the train picks up speed. And Uncle Charlie's like, yeah, let's let it go fast first. Let it go fast first. And that way you'll be killed instantly when you fall. and then like there's a struggle, and then he topples out. And he gets run over by an incoming train, the same way that Michael Redgrave in Lady Vanishes has to climb out of the train window in The Lady Vanishes, and he has to like quickly get back in because there's another oncoming train. Uncle Charlie does not quickly get back in. He gets fucking smashed. There is like a fucking 21 gun salute, full parade in his honor. Santa Rosa, everybody in Santa Rosa has just lost their favorite citizen. He's been around 2 weeks, but they're just like, man, Uncle Charlie, I can't fucking believe it. He was the greatest. Uncle Charlie, you'll always live in our hearts. And only MacDonald Carey as the detective and Charlotte know the truth. And they have this interesting exchange. Let me pull up the IMDb memorable quotes again. I bet this is written. All right, I found the script online. All right. I found a transcript of the movie online. Here we go. I'm glad you were able to come, Jack. I couldn't have faced it without someone who knew. I did know more. I couldn't tell you. I know. He thought the world was a horrible place. He couldn't have been very happy ever. No, he didn't trust people. He seemed to hate them. He hated the whole world. You know, he said that people like us had no idea what the world was really like. Well, it's not quite as bad as that, but sometimes it needs a lot of watching. It seems to go crazy every now and then, like your Uncle Charlie. If the Uncle Charlie speech about how if you pull the fronts off houses, all you see is swine, I don't think that is what Alfred Hitchcock believes. I think this sort of happy ending kind of a speech where it's like, you know, there's some darkness, but I think the light's winning. That to quote the end of True Detective, I don't think that's quite what Alfred Hitchcock believes either. I think this is a like, yeah, well, I mean, this thing needs a happy ending. I want to make another movie after this. I can't have the audiences fucking getting pissed about this. So this is sort of like the flaw of a lot of Alfred Hitchcock movies. Is Alfred Hitchcock up to this point? I think we're going to see a shift. I think maybe Vertigo is coming down the pipe. Up to this point, Alfred Hitchcock is kind of scared of alienating his audience and knows that somehow he has to get to a happy ending, whether or not that happy ending is earned. He needs the people leaving the theater with a good feeling in their hearts. And so, like, that's how the movie ends, and it's not terrible. Like, again, Teresa Wright's fucking incredible in this movie. And so, like, the way she delivers that line, you believe it. But yeah, it's frustrating because like so much of it is just like I'm watching a masterpiece. I'm watching the greatest film ever made. I'm like watching one of my new favorite films that you just so want it to also stick the landing when it comes to the genre it is playing in, this sort of like film noirish thriller kind of a genre, and it just doesn't. Which is, you know, this is a incredible film. It's not the greatest film of all time. I will take an incredible film. I think, and this is me being boring. This is me. Interesting people don't think like this. Interesting people think Vertigo is the greatest movie ever. Me, I'm kind of boring. If I was like thinking about recent movies that Alfred Hitchcock made and comparing them to Shadow of a Doubt, obviously Suspicion is another fascinating movie that's deeply flawed that I just talked about on this episode. This is, I think, considerably better than Suspicion. I might say that I prefer Foreign Correspondent, even though that also has some pacing issues and a sort of a perfunctory romance that doesn't work. Like, I think maybe as far as my tastes go, I think Foreign Correspondent is a more complete work that works on the terms it sets out for itself, where Shadow of a Doubt is a more fascinating movie that stumbles on some stuff. So anyway, stumbles like Charlotte, stumbling down that broken stair as her fucking Wile E. Coyote uncle looks on and then runs out of frame in a very, I don't know, the way it was staged seemed a little silly to me. That was Shadow of a Doubt. That was June. My battery on my phone is about to die. This is maybe the longest I've talked about any movie, but I think it's fitting. I think it deserves it, and I'm glad that I was able to get all my thoughts out there. Whether or not you are still listening to this is a whole other thing. This is going to be a long-ass episode, and I don't know how many of you have the patience, but come back. Last day of July, we will talk about Lifeboat, Spellbound, Notorious, and the Paradine case. I've seen Lifeboat. I have never seen any of these other movies, so I'm very excited. I know nothing about Spellbound. I kind of know a little bit about Notorious. I know basically nothing about The Paradine Case. And Lifeboat's pretty good. Lifeboat is an interesting, pretty good movie. So I'm excited to talk about those movies. Then in August is when we start with Rope. Obviously Under Capricorn, which comes after Rope, not necessarily, and Stage Fright, which comes after that, not necessarily the greatest, but like, I think you go from Rope to Marnie, you are kind of talking about the peak of Alfred Hitchcock's career. Maybe Strangers on a Train to Marnie. Maybe it's those like 13 years there. So like, we're really like, this master filmmaker is only gaining more and more power. His power level, it's over 9,000 people. Am I really ending the podcast on a fucking tired ass You're the Man Now Dog 2006 internet fucking joke? Ugh. I should end this. I should do it different. I've been doing so much acting. I might as well send you off with the Harry Lime speech from The Third Man. It just occurred to me. I'll do that. I'm not going to do a Orson Welles voice. I'm going to perform that as if I'm going to inhibit Harry Lime and bring myself to the character. Here we go. Holly, I'd like to cut you in, old man. There's nobody left in Vienna I can really trust, and we've always done everything together. When you make up your mind, send me a message. I'll meet you any place, any time. And when we do meet, old man, it's you I want to see, not the police. Remember that, won't you? Oh, don't be so gloomy. After all, it's not that awful. You know what the fellow said? In Italy for 30 years under the Borgias, they had warfare, terror, murder, bloodshed, but they produced Michelangelo, Leonardo da Vinci, and the Renaissance. In Switzerland, they had brotherly love. They had 500 years of democracy and peace. And what did they produce? The cuckoo clock. So long, Holly.
Not the police. Remember that, won't you? Don't be so gloomy. After all, it's not that awful. Well, what the fellow said. In Italy, for 30 years under the Borgias, they had warfare, terror, murder, and bloodshed, but they produced Michelangelo, Leonardo da Vinci, and the Renaissance. In Switzerland, they had brotherly love. They had 500 years of democracy and peace, and what did that produce? The cuckoo clock. So long, Holly.